Good morning. We'll call the council to order and ask Pastor Rob Bailey of Southside Community Church to give us the invocation, and then Al Macasas, Interim Director of Finance and Business Analysis, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Let's pray. Our Lord Jesus, we thank you for the privilege of living in this beautiful city that bears your name. We thank you that we live in a society where we, the people, have an active role in our government through voting, through running for office, through communicating with our elected leaders. And we thank you for our mayor, Joe McComb. We thank you for our city manager and for his staff as they get accustomed to Corpus Christi. And we thank you for the city council men and women. We pray that you would bless them as they seek to serve you in this city. We pray that you would give them balance in their lives as they have to weigh their jobs, their service for the city, their family lives, their personal health. Father, we pray that you would help them achieve balance and health. And Father, we pray most of all that we would please you in this city through justice and truth in our own lives and in the way that this city is run. We pray all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
All right.
Get habits. All habits die hard.
All right, Ms. Huerta, if you'll call the roll, please.
Mayor Joe McComb.
Here.
Council members Roland Barrera is absent. Rudy Garza.
Here.
Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Everett Roy.
Present.
Greg Smith. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Here.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
All right. We have a couple of proclamations, and so we'll get started with that. Our first one, if you're with the, for the citywide Blues Tuesday group, if you'll want to come down for that, and I'll be there for a minute. Then Texas A&M Corpus Christi homecoming, and I'm putting you on notice here, council. The boots fixing to come up front, so start working your pockets back there to get some of that money out, and we'll see what we get. But I'll be down. So citywide Blues Tuesday for the group that wants to do that.
Yeah, I think he's doing the prop, right? Oh, okay. Good to see you. Hey. Yeah, absolutely. The more the merrier. Tall people in the back. Tall people in the back. You guys aren't kidding? You look like your Blues Day Tuesday people.
Got blues.
Here you go, sir.
So Paulette's doing this, right?
Yeah, she's helping with this.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you figured it out. This is a Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Boy, they're a pretty good-looking bunch, huh? Yeah, we got the incognito there, guy. That's the mystery person. Paulette Guajardo, who is an alumni, is that right? Yes, I am. So, were you a homecoming queen? No. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, I'm going to have her read the proclamation. You've got.
Okay, yes, thank you. Thank you all for being here, and this is a real honor for me to read this proclamation. The Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, TAMU-CC campus, the Island University, has served for 7 decades as the premier institution of higher learning in the Coastal Bend. The university offers its 12,000 plus students bachelor's, master's, doctoral degrees in its colleges of business, science, engineering, education, and human development, nursing and health sciences, and liberal arts. The university will be celebrating its spirit, traditions, and ties to the community during its Islander Homecoming Week, February 23rd through February 29th of 2020. All Islander alumni, students, faculty, staff, and the Corpus Christi community are invited to come together and enjoy a week of festivities. In accordance with the TAMU CC's Blues Day Tuesday tradition, the Island University invites the Corpus Christi community to share their Islander pride and wear blue on Tuesday, February the 25th, to celebrate Islander homecoming for 2020.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim February the 25th, 2020, Citywide Blues Day Tuesday, honoring Texas A&M University Corpus Christi homecoming in Corpus Christi, and encourage all citizens to acknowledge the supportive contributions made by Optimus International, the Optimus Club of Downtown Corpus Christi, and the Optimus Foundation of Corpus Christi in recognizing and applauding the youth of contributing they've made in our community. Testimony signed the 25th of February, Joe McComb. So I'll give this to you, Doctor.
Thank you.
And if you'll say a kind word.
Sure, absolutely. Well, thank you very much. We want to thank we want to thank City Council for all your support always for the university, and special thank you for wearing your Islander blue today. So we're very, very appreciative. So thank you very much. But we couldn't do the things we do without you. So we are very, very honored for this proclamation. I would also like to invite everyone. We've got lots of festivities, but this Saturday we have a doubleheader, men's and women's basketball. Going to be a great time between the two games. We also have a great block party. Lots of things for children if they want to come. We do have a tailgate for the sponsored by the alum. Ed Cantu is helping us make that happen, and of course Paulette and others that are our alums. Michael, we've got Rudy, is he here? Oh, lots of alums, Islander alums here. But it's a great opportunity to come out. And one of the exciting things is we do have a performance that will happen during homecoming. And so if you happen to watch The Voice, the winner of this season's The Voice, Jay Coote, will be our performer during the homecoming block party. So come on out and join us. And we just thank you all for all your support of the Island University this week and every week. So thank you.
Well, and they mentioned they'd been 7 decades, I think the proclamation said. I went to a basketball game the other night, and a fellow walking out, he said, "Hello, Mayor." And I said, "Hello." And he said, "Did you enjoy the game?" I said, "I did." And he said, "Well," he said, "I've been coming to these." He said, I graduated from there in 1952 when it was back. I said, "Oh, the University of Corpus Christi." He said, "Yep, that's where it was." So you've got alumni still from the old University of Corpus Christi, but they've embraced the A&M Corpus Christi.
Yeah, we actually are having a reunion party. We're having a reunion party before the game, and we're having two actually. So one from an A&M Corpus Christi class, but also for the UCC, we're having a reunion party for the UCC because we're the Island University. So if you attended school there, even when it was CCSU or UCC or ANI, you are an Islander forever, and so this is your homecoming as well.
Good. Let's gather up here and get a picture.
Kelly, thank you. How you doing? I'm good.
John's a little bit taller than me. I can both. Okay, Mike.
Yeah, see you. Good to see you. Thank you. Yeah, I know.
No, it was crazy.
It was fun. It was excellent. It was actually pretty cool.
Notice I didn't tell him which basketball game.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. It's Fill the Boot for the Muscular Dystrophy Association. So if you're with the Corpus Christi Fire Department, come on down.
Get your bills out. How you doing, Dan? Doing okay? Just one is fine.
Come on now. Good morning. Yeah, y'all come on around. The Corpus Christi Fire Department serves and protects the community every day and other communities throughout America as needed. Members of the Corpus Christi Professional Firefighter Association, the Corpus Christi Firefighters, are hosting the annual Fill the Boot campaign on March the 6th, 13th, and 20th to benefit the Muscular Dystrophy Association. This is the 66th anniversary and the relationship between the Firefighter Association and MDA. By participating in this national event, many firefighter organizations in the United States of America are recognized each year as being the largest contributors to the Muscular Dystrophy Association. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim March the 6th, 13th, and 20th, Fill the Boot for Muscular Dystrophy Association Days in Corpus Christi, and encourage all the citizens to recognize the firefighters' efforts and contributions made to the support of the Muscular Dystrophy Association. You guys and ladies do a great job, and you get a lot of support. And all the wiggling back there, let's see some wiggling where you're getting into your pockets back there, guys. When you stand up for a picture, get something in your hand, because I'm sure Johnny, where's your uniform?
My wife's not here, she couldn't dress me.
That's probably an honest answer right there. All right, well, good. Well, come in here. Chief, you want to say something here on this?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Listen, on behalf of the fire department, I couldn't be more prouder of what the firefighters do on a year-to-year basis. There's no single cause that's more important to the firefighters than the Muscular Dystrophy Association. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to President Johnny Staub, President of the Firefighters Association.
Thank you, Chief. How's everybody doing? All right, that's good. Y'all don't sound very enthused. Mr. Zanoni, could I get you to come down to the well? All right. He's going to help us with the check. I just want to say one small thing, and then I'm going to turn it over to the guys who run this endeavor for the association, which is Carlos Torres and Tomas Cruz. Without the public's help, what we raise every year would not be possible. We really appreciate what you guys do for us when we're out on the streets. Please keep your eyes out, because our guys are on the streets collecting that money. And I want to thank City Manager Zanoni for the relationship that we have with the city and the department and being able to do this. So with that, Carlos Torres.
Good morning, or good afternoon almost. Carlos Torres, retired firefighter with the Corpus Christi Fire Department. A few facts and figures about MDA and the IFF, firefighters that fill the boot, and yourselves. You all are the ones that do it, make it possible. Annually, there's almost 2,000 fill the boots held across America that raise over $26 million a year. There's over 350,000 members of the IFF have contributed millions of dollars, as the mayor said, for 66 years now, and remain the #1 national sponsor of MDA. In fact, nationally, firefighters have contributed over $650 million to MDA since 1954. This originally started in Chicago, Illinois, okay? The Corpus Christi Fire Department and the Corpus Christi Professional Firefighters Association will conduct their annual Fill the Boot on March the 6th, it's a Friday, March the 13th, during spring break, Mayor, and the 20th at various locations throughout the city. And with the generous donations of visitors and residents of Corpus Christi and the entire coastal bend, we are hoping to raise over $100,000 like we did last year. But Corpus Christi, we have a surprise for you this year. You did really good last year. You set an all-time record. In fact, last year, we did raise over $100,000. We set a new record with your help, $120,000 and $3.43. That is an all-time record for Corpus Christi. Corpus Christi ranks nationally. We're usually in the top 25 cities out of 100 cities that are ranked in raising the money for Fill the Boot. You all are ranked in the top 25. In fact, Corpus Christi usually comes out in the top 5 cities. No one south of San Antonio raises this amount, okay? March 2020 will again be another year where all previous records will be broken. Now, you might ask, where does the money go that you put in the boot? Money raised will be used for the following projects. Things like MDA clinics, equipment assistance programs, sending children to summer camp. And with that, I'll pitch it over to Tomas Cruz with MDA Summer Camp.
All right, guys, so what we talk about is camp. Camp is especially near and dear to my heart, so it takes roughly around $2,000 to actually send a kid to camp. Camp Hernandez over there in Rockport, it allows these kids to do whatever they want. They're able to swim, able to do things that a normal kid usually does. When they're at camp, they are not the kid in the wheelchair like they would be at school. They're just a kid amongst peers. To see those smiles, without a doubt, it fills my heart, and it's cool. We actually volunteer. A couple of us go for a week's time. If you have anybody, your family, anything like that needs community service, please tell them about this. It is a commitment. It's a whole week, and they do take away your phones. So that's usually the deal breaker. See, you're like, ooh, no, I'm not going. But nonetheless, just to see these kids and just to get them out of their element, get them away from mom and dad, and actually let them live on their own, it's awesome. So thank you.
Okay, in wrapping it up, thank you, Mayor McComb. Thank you, all the council members, and especially you, City Manager Peter Zanoni, for allowing us to do this in Corpus Christi along with the council and the mayor. We hope to see everyone out there. Thanks to all the citizens and visitors to Corpus Christi. So after we take our picture, the mayor is going to kick off the official fill the boot with our ceremonial boot there. All right. And we take credit cards too, Mayor. We're going to swipe the card.
My wife didn't get
Oh! Well, thank you once again for having us here today, and we're going to break another record. We're going to do over 120,000 with your help. Thank you, Corpus Christi.
All right. So you want to get the picture first, or you want to kick this off? Picture first is it.
I know you are, Ben. Oh. Please. My great.
Yeah, I got Corona. Yeah.
All right, this next one, we'd like to come up, Brain Injury Awareness Month. And if you're here for that, come on up. Councilman Garza is going to help me with this one.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. Brain Injury Awareness Month. An acquired brain injury is an injury to the brain that is not hereditary, congenital, degenerative, or induced by birth trauma. The injury results in a change in neuronal activity, which affects the physical integrity, metabolic activity, or functional activity of the brain. Just as no two individuals are alike, No two brains are alike. The cognitive, emotional, physical, behavioral, and perceptual changes after a brain injury may impact an individual's ability to work, drive, read, write, manage their finances, take care of their children, live independently, or participate in community and social activities. Improvements may come as a result of hard work and rehabilitation. Recovery is dependent upon the nature of the injury or disease, the individual, family support, the availability of resources, and access to appropriate rehabilitation at the appropriate time and for the appropriate amount of time.
Now therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim March 2020 Brain Injury Awareness Month in Corpus Christi, so individuals living with or impacted by a brain injury will become better informed and understand there are resources in our community to help them and their loved ones. Signed on the 25th of February. So who's going to be the spokesman for this? And we appreciate you folks are the folks that help, I think, these people in their recoveries, and so we appreciate the work you do very much.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for allowing us to come here. Appreciate the opportunity to highlight the issues surrounding the silent epidemic, which is brain injury. I want to acknowledge this large group, this team, and there are many that could not be here that have worked very hard over the last year to secure an accreditation with the Joint Commission in brain injury. We're the first and only hospital that have that in rehabilitation. It's a focus of ours, both nursing, therapy, as well as others. So again, acknowledge those. Dr. Michael Fuentes, a special shout out as he provided a great amount of leadership to us. So thank you. We will have a social event tonight from 6 to 8 at our facility on Esplanade, and I do extend an invitation to you, Mayor, City Council members, and the public at large. If you would care to attend, we would love to have you there.
Thank you very much, and I'll give you this proclamation so you can put that on your wall or wherever. Let's gather up and get a picture here with the council.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
We only have one person today.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, at this time, I'd like to have Fernando Morales Iglesias come up, going to be sworn in to be on the Sister City Committee. Thank you for being here. You appreciate your willingness to do this, and if you'll raise your right hand and repeat after me, I'll say aye, and then you tell me your name, and then you'll repeat after me. We'll get you sworn in. I
Fernando Morales Iglesias,
do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of a member
the duties of the member
of the board to which I have been appointed
of the board which I've been appointed,
and upon which I am about to enter,
and which upon I'm up to enter,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend,
protect, defend, and
preserve
preserve
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state
and this state
and of this city,
and this city,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your willingness to serve on our Sister City Committee. Thank you so much. Good to see you. And she will, oh, all right. And when you get through, if you'll see her, she'll get you all signed up. Okay.
Gil's was my favorite. Oh, thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, just before we get to, don't have time for the city manager's report, but I would entertain a motion for the approval of the minutes from February 11th.
So moved.
There's a motion and a second on approval of the minutes for February the 11th. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, well, we have anybody signed up for public comment?
We have 3 people signed up, Mayor.
All right, well, they're here, so we'll get a jump on that in a couple of minutes. So why don't we start that? You and Mr. Risley, give us the rules and regulations.
Comments will be limited to city-related matters. There will be no questions of council or staff. Cell phones will be turned off and no loud talking or other loud noises.
Good afternoon. I am City Secretary Rebecca Huerta. I'll be conducting the public comment period. I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so. You will not be allowed to speak again, however, when the council is considering the item. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. On the podium, you'll see a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once your time is up, a buzzer will go off, and then you can conclude your comments. If you have a petition or any information pertaining to your subject, please present it to the city secretary. And with that, we'll start. As I stated, we have 3 people signed up. The first person on the list is Leroy Peña.
Good afternoon. My name is Leroy Peña. I am an enrolled member of the Lipan Apache Tribe of Texas, and I'm the National Director of the Red-Handed Warrior Society. Now, I wanted to first address the 10,000-pound woolly mammoth in the room, which is also known as inappropriate behavior on the part of the CCPD officers. Most recently, there was an incident at Cunningham South Park Middle School involving an officer, a CCISD officer, who acted inappropriately with the student, causing injury to the student's ear, which he, to this day, still has problems with. Now, I've been living here for 4 decades, and this has always been a problem. You know, community police relations in this city, and it seems like it's not improving one bit. So I'm suggesting that we create a civilian oversight review board to address these issues. Now, this will increase confidence in the police force. It will cut down on possible lawsuits involving CCPD officers. Now, we got something similar to this to happen in Dallas recently. We're working, together with the police department, the city council, a local activist community, and we were able to come together with a board that's gonna review these cases. Now, like I said, this has been going on a very long time, and I think, in the city's best interest, I think it would be, good to create this board, because this has been going on a long time. I've been, hearing these stories, and this particular CCISD officer, he has 7 other complaints against him. The young man in question was removed from the school, yet the officer remains. Now, he's had a history of doing this, yet why is he still there? That's a big question, and I'm here to try to get answers for that. But, this is something that we're going to have to work at. I'm going to have to come back here a few more times. I have friends with the ACLU who are interested, also with other activist organizations. So this is just the beginning of many more meetings like this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think, if I understood you, these were CCISD police, CCISD police officers you're referring to in this one?
The one of the most recent, yes.
All right.
But this has been going on for a long time, and I think it's time that we got this board together.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Brian Watson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. I just got a couple things I wanted to mention. I certainly want to congratulate A&M Corpus Christi for their progress. I've known some of the people who've been involved in their various programs out there for some time, and they're gone now, but they left a strong legacy, and I think the quality of education out there is just going to continue to improve, which is as it should be. There's two things I'm interested in talking to you about, but I won't get into anything in detail this afternoon. The issue of fluoridation of water, I've heard that mentioned in several of your meetings. I don't know the status, the history of that in Corpus Christi, but I do know that it was not a common phenomenon prior to World War II. But that with all the aircraft manufacturing, the use of aluminum and aluminum alloys produced fluorine waste, which is now come to be combined with various other compounds to create this fluoride mess we put in our water. It's known to cause mottling of teeth, oral lesions, increased porosity in your teeth, which makes them more vulnerable to cavities and decay. So something to think about. I'll bring some information on that next time I come. And then lastly, I think we need to examine the situation in Central America to see what we can do to calm the citizen anxiety here in this part of the United States about all this illegal immigration. And based on my knowledge of that situation out there, which is not altogether extensive, but I have done some reading about it, President Carter made it possible for the communists to take over Nicaragua and depose President Somoza, who was ultimately exiled to Paraguay, where he was promptly assassinated. And I won't get into personal issues with Jimmy Carter, but I think we need to know how all that got started down there and why it just seems to be getting worse. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Sir, can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Brian Watson. I live at 5813 Hugo Drive.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Next is Wendy Herman.
I'm Wendy Herman. I'm the executive officer of the Coastal Bend Home Builders Association. Our address is 5325 Yorktown Boulevard. Well, good afternoon. I had come here today to give you a point-by-point opposition statement to the presentation that's being presented today on impact fees. However, despite continued promises from Development Services, I have not seen this, so I don't know if I oppose it. But I hope that you as council members have read the long letters that I sent each of you yesterday outlining why we oppose impact fees, and I hope that you will instruct Development Services to consult with my members, the folks that have actually been building this city for the past 30 years before they take the drastic action of disbanding the trust fund system. And finally, I hope that you'll agree with us that impact fees are an unnecessary burden that make homes much more expensive. They unduly tax an unrepresented constituency, and that they will stymie the growth here in the Coastal Bend. Now, I have to leave here really quickly and go to yet another meeting, so I hope this item stays number 24 on the agenda so I can get back and see this fabulous presentation.
Thank you.
Those are all the individuals who've signed up. Is there anyone who did not have a chance to sign up who'd like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Hi, neighbor. I'm Kathy Wimmer. I live at 518 Pierman Place here in Corpus Christi. I am the new chairman of the Nueces County Historical Commission. Anita Eisenhower, as most of y'all may know, passed away December the 21st, and I personally have had a tremendous loss, but I'm trying to take over the reins and do what I'm supposed to. But I want to invite you to the Toast of Texas. We're going to have it Monday, the Nueces County Courthouse, about 1:30-ish, to recognize, celebrate the independence of Texas, what occurred on March the 2nd, history lesson, 1836, Washington on the Brazos. It's about a 30-minute presentation, and I hope that y'all will be able to attend.
Thank you very much.
Joe, who do I give the flyers?
If you can give that, yeah, just
Bye. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, seeing no other individuals interested in speaking, the public comment period is closed.
All right. At this time, I'd ask for city manager's comments and update on city operations.
Okay, yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and members of the council, a couple of things this morning. Let me start with a recap of our Public Works meet and greet forums that you all have attended over the past 2+ weeks. And so, as you know, our Public Works Department has held these meetings, one in each of our city council districts over the past 2+ weeks, to share with the community the vision and the goals of our new director, Richard Martinez, who's here with us this morning. And we received positive feedback from the community about the communication, the transparency, and just us being out there talking about the goals of our actions to aggressively address our street issues. We had in total about 300 residents that attended, including last night's in District 1 with Councilman Roy. We had a great showing there. And we listened to their concerns about streets and stormwater as well. The department, in addition to that, though, received many calls and emails from the public. So what we saw at the meeting wasn't the end of it. The communication has been continuing with feedback and input, both via call and email. And we heard them and we know them, but the concerns were about our street conditions and reoccurring potholes. And the latter one's an easy fix. In fact, Richard already has changed the business process of how we do that so that they're done more sustainably. Key staff members, as we know, were available at each meeting to gather information on specific neighborhood concerns, and they also provided update on some of the key projects that department is doing. Public Works is creating a database of all the concerns that were gathered at the meetings, and we'll share that information with you once that database is complete. They'll also use the information to develop what will be a first for us, but we're going to develop a 5-year rolling infrastructure or street management plan that'll show when streets get done in each of a 5-year period, so our neighbors and residents know when their streets will get done. That'll be adopted by council annually. So the input we're receiving will help develop that 5-year list of streets to be done. Since we're on streets, I did want to point out too, Richard brought it to my attention that he has arranged to take several of his key members up to San Antonio next week to visit that Public Works Streets team up there in San Antonio. And they'll visit their team there and look into a well-run operation, what they have in San Antonio. They'll look at street resurfacing application types, talk to the team members up there about how do they prioritize streets, and also look at other best practice objectives that city has. So I wanted to point that out today in case anybody's watching from San Antonio to tell them thank you. It does take time for a sister city or a brother city to spend time with another city, but that's one thing that city governments do is we learn from each other, and whatever's a good practice out there, it's open for the taking. So we want to thank San Antonio and thank Richard for taking advantage of that opportunity and bringing some of our staff members up there.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Water's Edge Park. And so, as you may have seen, that park was temporarily closed, but tomorrow the Parks and Rec Department will be hosting a ribbon cutting ceremony. I know the mayor and Councilman Roy and others will be there in attendance. That is tomorrow at 10 a.m., and it's to celebrate the completion of the Water's Edge Playground Improvement Project. And that project, the good news here, was originally scheduled to not be done until mid-March, but it's actually done ahead of schedule, so we're appreciative of that. The park will be ready to be enjoyed by the residents and visitors during spring break, and certainly starting tomorrow, but especially during the spring break season. That project, in case you weren't aware, it included the restoration of the fall zone that was around that playground equipment. It wasn't done the right way the first time around, and so it failed. There was several holes in the fall zone that was retaining water as well. And so that project removed the existing surface, and we put in what should have been done the first time, a concrete lining, if you will. And then in that concrete lining is the new rubberized fall zone, so that was poured on top of that. The project cost about $235,000. It was funded by the city's Type A sales tax initiative. And we want to thank the Type A board members. I see Ellen Wilson's there, and there may be others, but thank them for their support of projects like this that have a big community impact. And let me shift now, still kind of staying on the Bay side here, but just a quick update on North Beach. There's several things happening on North Beach. To include, I wanted to update you on the request for qualification, where we are with that process for the navigable canal. Also, a quick update on the public bathrooms that are there. And then I want to mention an item that Councilman Roy has talked to several staff members, a team of us, about. So that includes a North Beach advisory board. So on the navigable canal, we know that an RFQ was released a couple of weeks ago. There was a question and answer period. If consultants had questions, they could get those questions in by a point in time, and we would provide answers. Those were after the pre-bid conference that we had already. And so the question and answers have been distributed to the consultants that had them. The next major event is the actual proposals or the statement of qualifications, and those will be due next week, next Wednesday, March 5th at 2 p.m. And so we've been hearing kind of directly and indirectly, there's a lot of interest out there from the engineering community. We had a good showing at the tour and at the pre-bid conference, and we're looking forward to getting the proposals next week. A meeting will be held with the evaluation team that includes city and county and coastal engineer experts. That's the committee that will review these. We'll distribute those and review them with that committee on March 6th. And then a tentative date for interviews, we're going to read the proposals and score, but we'll also interview firms, either the finalist or all. And those interviews are set for the 26th of March. And then that'll bring us with a recommendation from City Council sometime in April. For the engineering firm that we would recommend for consideration. And then still on North Beach, let me just give a quick update on the public bathroom. So we know there's public restrooms there at the beach, and they are for the public to use. They've been there for many years, and they have fallen into disarray, but there is a plan to rehab them. We are going to meet tomorrow, myself, Councilman Roy, Councilwoman Guajardo, Assistant City Manager Keith Selman. Will be meeting with the North Beach Community Association and other residents who have some concern about our plans, but we want to explain them to the community and kind of get their input and ideas as well. We know that that what has happened in the past is not necessarily what's going to happen in the future, so things like maintenance and security are things that we're changing and making better, and we'll point that out to the community tomorrow. We also know that the current restrooms are grandfathered in terms of building requirements. Today, if we were to have to build something new, we'd have to meet the velocity zone, which means more construction and higher elevation, so we'd have to raise the restrooms. And right now, the grandfathered in, that's some of the material we'll cover tomorrow with the residents there. And then, as I mentioned, Councilman Roy recently has met with myself and a few of my staff members to have us brainstorm on the feasibility of creating a North Beach advisory board. And so this board would represent North Beach, both the residences as well as the businesses there at North Beach. We're just in the brainstorming phase of this right now, and eventually we'll share our recommendation with the councilman and ultimately the full council. We're looking at the board composition, what its mission or charge would be, and what protocol they should follow if they were formed, and engaging the peninsula and how they would conduct their meetings and so on. So that's preliminary information for you. Just want to make sure all the council's aware, and we'll be back in the near future to talk to you about that. And then just two other real quick items here, both deal with leadership and our city staff or our city teams. One is beginning Thursday, we're going to have our first annual executive team member retreat. And so our top 65 executives, those are our directors and assistant directors and city manager staff, we will be in a retreat all day Thursday and a half a day Friday. And many large cities, and I'm sure private businesses do these. It's a good way just to kind of step away from the day-to-day business, reassess what we're doing, and then also set goals for ourselves collectively as a team. And so the objectives of the retreat are also include building relationships with each other. Our executives don't always work next to each other, and so sometimes they're not too familiar with who their colleagues are. So building relationships, working on our teamwork strengths. We're also going to be talking about the councils and the community and my values and expectations, right? Make sure that the leadership team clearly understands those. We'll be setting values and goals amongst ourselves as part of that. And then we'll be reviewing the city's vision and mission. So that'll take place Thursday and Friday. I'll send you a memo with more detail as well. And then finally, with us in the audience today are two new staff members I wanted to point out because they're both critical positions. One deals with affordable housing, and then we have an animal care services person as well. So you may recall in the budget, we redirected staff members that were doing federal work to create a team that focuses on homelessness as well as affordable housing. We have filled two of those positions. The third one we just filled, Randy Almager, Almager is here with us today. His first day was yesterday, and he comes with 6 years of team leadership experience at the CCAD, at the Corpus Christi Army Depot, and so that's a great organization. We weren't happy to take him from there, but we're glad he got the leadership training from that organization. Randy has a master's degree in public administration from A&M at Corpus Christi, and he's excited to join the team. And Randy, are you back there? There he is, okay. And then with Animal Care Services, we have Joel Skidmore, who joined us. We recruited him from up the road from San Antonio. Joel has 10 years of experience in the animal care field, and he has a lot of things he did in San Antonio, including field operations. He was the Field Operations Academy commander, where they trained field ops person. He also provided supervisory experience in the animal cruelty, the bite and dangerous dog investigations, and animal shelter operations, and then in their live release and clinic operations. So he has a lot of practical experience in this field, and we're glad that he's here. He'll help tremendously in that effort. So we want to welcome those two staff members. Joel, can you stand up, Joel? There you go. There's Joel. I'm sure council will be engaging both these individuals, so we just wanted to point them out to you this morning. Welcome to the team, you guys.
Welcome aboard. Thank you very much.
That concludes my remarks, Mayor, for this morning.
All right. All right, the next item is board and committee appointments. We have two, reinvestment zone number 3. We got 4 vacancies there, and then the committee on persons with disabilities have 5 vacancies there. On the committee with persons with disabilities, 1, 2.
There's 5 vacancies. 2 individuals are seeking reappointment, who are Melanie Gomez and Anthony Navarrete.
There's a reappoint.
Thank you.
One of the, there's 3, right?
Sir?
Melody Gomez.
One's a reinstatement. That's right, Mr. Hunter.
Oh, Are we,
So there's two to reappoint, and there's been a motion and a second to reappoint Melanie Gomez and Anthony Amberette. And then we can take the reinstatement and
Okay.
then the two new people.
all right, there's a motion and a second on Gomez and Navarette.
Right.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay,
Then there's a request to reinstate Sabrina Ramirez exceeded the number of absence allowed by ordinance. The reason is listed in your packet that she gave, and at this time she says she's able to attend meetings again and would ask that you consider reinstating her.
all right. Entertain a motion to reinstate. Is there a motion?
I make a motion.
Illness of a child and a death in the family. A death in the family.
All right, there's a motion and a second for reinstatement. All in favor say aye. All opposed? Okay, we have then one vacancy.
There's two. There would be two positions open. And you do have a list of applicants to choose from. But there are two slots.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Christina Butler.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Huxley Smith.
All right, Christina Butler and
Huxley Smith.
Huxley Smith.
Mhm.
Any other nominations?
Move to
Entertain-
appoint.
Excuse me?
Move to appoint Butler and Smith.
All right, there's a motion to, and a second to appoint Christina Butler and Huxley Smith. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay.
So then that brings us to reinvestment zone number 3. There are 4
Is,
vacancies appointed by the council. Historically, council members have been appointed to this board. At this time, staff is recommending the postponement of the Downtown Management District representative for further recruitment by the DMD. So we'll be looking at the 3 reappointments at this time, who are council members Hunter and Molina and Mayor McComb.
Move to reappoint.
And that's a troublesome crowd.
And was there a second? I don't know if I heard one.
Yeah,
Thank
nobody
you.
seconded that. All right, there's a motion and a reluctant second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
And also the other action required is the appointment of the chairman for a 1-year term beginning January 1st, 2020.
Okay, I don't even, who's the chairman? I don't even remember who the chairman is. Let me
The
get-
chairman is Councilmember Roy.
Second.
All right, there's a motion to reappoint the chairman. You said Everett, right?
Yes, sir.
That was 3, okay, I was thinking. Time flies, I didn't realize the time. All in
No,
favor,
it
say aye.
does.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we have the consent agendas, items 4 through 15. These will be all voted in one unless someone wants to pull one for further information. I might point out that, again, kudos to the staff. The first 3 items, 4, 5, and 6, are grants that the city is are gifts that the city is recipient of. Right at $245,000. So, want to commend them, $10,000 to support safety education, fire safety education. Almost $55,000 for emergency management, which those guys do a great job, and then $180,000 for the Texas Association of Amateur, Texas Amateur Association, Texas, what is it? Amateur Athletes Federation, that's what it is, TAAF. It's coming in July and August, right? Yeah. So if you're not familiar with it, about 10,000 will be participating, and then they'll bring their moms and dads and brothers and sisters and cousins and grandmothers and granddaddies, and it could be 25,000 people here for that event, which will be a significant event for our city. Anyone have any, want to pull any items in 4 through 15 on our consent agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion for approval of items 4 through 15.
Second.
There's a motion and a second?
This is the first.
All right.
What are you looking at me for?
All right, there's a motion and a second for approval of items 4 through 15 on the consent agenda. Is there any public comment? Any public comment? All in favor say, any council comment? I don't see any lights lit up. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? All right, so. All right, well, next on my agenda says recess for lunch, but I don't think lunch is here yet. So we'll, is the staff, anyone here for the public hearing on items 16, 17, or 18?
Yeah, Al Raymond should be here.
Or do we need to have staff come down, or you want to have lunch now? I don't think, is it back there yet? No.
It's
Al
at
Raymond's
1:30.
coming out for those three.
Yeah, it's at 1:30, Mayor. We're a little early.
Let's get public
There you
hearings.
go, Al.
Huh?
Public hearings.
Yes, it is.
All right, well, let's get a public hearing then on item 16 on zoning case. Are we ready for this one?
We are. I
Okay.
was just
Item 16 is
surprised.
a zoning case number 0120-02 of the Grangerfield Development Company. Planning staff, Planning Commission, and staff have recommended approval for this item. All right, go ahead.
Correct. Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon, Mayor and Council. Al Raymond, Director of Development Services. The case before you is to rezone a property located at 7702 Yorktown Boulevard from FR Farm Rule District to RS 4.5 Single Family District and CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a single-family residential subdivision and commercial properties. The applicant is Grangerfield Development LLC, represented by Munoz Engineering. The property is located along the north side of Yorktown Boulevard, south of Los Ranchos Drive, and east of Rodville Road. The property fronts Yorktown Boulevard, which is designated as an A3 primary arterial. To the north and south are single-family homes zoned RS 4.5. To the east and west are vacant properties zoned RF Farm Rule District. The property is 20.01 acres in size, and it is unplatted. The subject property consists of vacant land and has remained undeveloped since annexation in 1995. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan and warrants an amendment to the future land use map. It is compatible with the surrounding areas and does not have a negative impact on the adjoining properties. Staff and Planning Commission recommends approval of RS 4.5 District and CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District, and we stand by for any questions.
Okay, and anyone have any comments on the council? Mr. Garza.
I agree with the recommendations with the, with staff and the planning commission. My only concern is Yorktown. I don't know, this would be a question for staff, but at some point, we've got to make sure we get Yorktown on the radar for widening it or improving it so it can handle commercial activity in that particular area. Yorktown is an arterial, but at some point, if we get a lot of commercial activity in on that particular arterial, the two-lane in the existing width of the
Okay.
road's not going to handle
Understood.
the activity.
It's an A3 primary arterial. I've got to look and work with engineering to see when that is planned, but I would agree, because it is a primary arterial, it probably has a wide right-of-way berth. It's just building it.
Yeah, can I add to that? Councilman Hernandez actually took me out there 9 months ago, and that is a great project for our 2020 bond program. We're going to talk about that later in this council meeting. But we need to, as much as we're reconstructing roads and streets. We also need to look at widening existing ones like the Yorktown that are no longer adequate for the development that's around them. And so that's one of those projects that won't be a reconstruction, but it will be a widening project that will be on our candidate list for the bond program.
Ms. Warlow?
Thank you. And I agree with you, Councilman Garza. As a matter of fact, last night I sent an email over to Mr. Martinez regarding the widening not only of Yorktown, but Flower Bluff Drive, I think, is the other one that is in need of widening. So that's great to know. Mr. Raymond, I wanted to ask you, how many homes is this development going to be, more or less?
I don't think we have a plat for that yet.
Oh.
They usually, rezoning comes first, plating comes second.
Okay, so in that process, how can you explain to us, where does I guess a park being included in a development come into play?
That would be in the plating process, if indeed the developer master plans a community and wants a park per se.
So it's up to the developer?
Yes. Currently, we are working on the UDC to make it more requirements to add green space and even if you don't master plan a subdivision, have every so often require a certain berth of green space because it just makes it livable,
Right. No, I
attractive.
agree. And that, I'm pro park. So yeah, I agree with you, and that was my concern. I also think that, just note to self, that I think in that process, parks is not really involved until the very end. And I'm just wondering if that should be something that should happen, or they should be present.
Well, they are part of the technical review committee. It's just that currently the UDC just doesn't require much for residential development today.
Okay.
Tomorrow, we're hoping that'll be different, but
Good.
so they're there at the table. They just really don't have much input, even if they said, hey, I want to see a park or trees or this kind of thing. So we're kind of controlled by the UDC, and hopefully these upcoming text amendments will bring about some change.
Good. Well, I'd like to see that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, in looking at some of the construction going on around there should be some aspect of developer participation in covering some of this road cost. Is mine correct in how that works?
Graded in C1, so they could, if indeed the developer wanted to say, oh yeah, I want to widen Yorktown Boulevard, they could ask for city participation in that process. No one has approached us yet, although we have.
Well, I mean, we have a lot of construction going on there right now in that area that has nothing has been collected for that arterial road.
Not that I know of yet. The city participation monies are populated through bond projects. So, as you know, currently we have about roughly $4.9 million in city participation for streets and drainage projects.
Right. I think we had this conversation to extend Rodfield.
Yes.
With some of that funding there, so that's probably included there as well. The other aspects with parks, I mean, this would be also the opportunity to do community enrichment funds in lieu of a park, so we can apply that to Bill Witt, because that's within the area of that regional park. Correct?
Yes.
So based on what we're doing, we are collecting funding for the community enrichment fund, so we can put into Bill Witt. I mean, there's a lot of work being done around there. I think we'd benefit from improving Bill Witt.
And unfortunately, I don't really know the functions of the community enrichment funds.
Yeah, the councilman's right. The dollars would be eligible for a Bill Witt type park.
Right, and I don't want to get going down the path there, but we'll ask on the master planning for that park
Yes.
down the road. Thank you.
Mr. Garza?
Mayor, just a quick history. Before I got on the council, there was some work done by the Parks and Rec Department to determine what was the best course going forward. We had a lot of little pocket parks in a lot of the neighborhoods, and we were requiring developers to put in little pocket parks, and typically they gave us land that was not real conducive to public use. After a little while, there was a study done, and there was some input taken from the community. Said, no, we'd rather have some nice regional parks with a lot of amenities, and so we're going to try to see if we can maybe do away with the pocket park requirements and start to see if we can't have a bigger improvement on some of the regional parks that people are more likely to use on an extended basis. And so that's when we had the park sell-off. It was right before I got on the council that vote was actually taken. And so again, we got away from requiring, but that doesn't mean that the developer doesn't set aside or give the city money for improving green spaces. That's where the community enrichment funds have come in. And so there's a certain amount of, there's a radius or distance from where these development activities or this growth takes place where those funds need to be spent in order to improve. And that's where Bill Witt would get the money for being able to improve that park and make it more usable by the surrounding area. So if there's a desire to go back to neighborhood parks, then that needs to be an item that needs to be discussed, and the pros and cons and everything else. You know, it's up to the council. That was a different council back then. I know that we've got a lot of, in fact, I'm the only old guy here besides the mayor who's already recycled. So, again, yes. Anyway, so that's what I got to say. That's it.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez, or was that from last time?
Sorry.
Not if it's about the mayor being recycled.
It's about the recycling.
Oh,
of-
okay.
Yes, a couple of people. No, I'm kidding. So that's a very good point. And Mr. Raymond, so is that something, because I understand the concept of the regional park versus some pocket parks, and of course there's a balance. There has to be a balance on can we maintain, what is it we want, how many are there in the area, that kind of thing. My probably biggest issue, and I know we're not having this conversation now, but it's the I guess walkability to a park. And that's probably what young families look at. Partially, opposed to Bill Witt, which is going to be a beautiful park. I know in the end, I guess now you could walk there if you live directly behind that park. But if you live in this neighborhood, which this park would would correlate to, you'd have to drive. But anyway, to Mr. Garza's point, is that a conversation we do need to have in regards to the big scope of parks?
In terms of how we want to see the city develop going forward, yes, you're absolutely right. It's not, personally, I don't think it's healthy to have, million lots of homes all together with no break at all. Not having sidewalks on both sides of the street, not having open space, whether you call it a park or not, in developments, not having that development, somewhat master plan. All those things are conversations that we should have and look to have as we try to create what we hope is to be a little more functional UDC that looks at all these things and we address all these things and everyone kind of agrees on it in terms of this is how we want to go forward in this city. So those things are upcoming. Those conversations are upcoming.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Well, that was going to be my only question. I mean, is Development Services was this initiated to come in and look at this park requirement again by you or who?
It's the text amendments for the UDC, so we're looking at everything. We're soliciting comments from everyone who has read the UDC and said, oh my gosh, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? So it's not just parks, it's streets, it's
just from
zoning and everything, right?
I think what Mr. Garza gave a pretty good historical perspective. I mean, we got loaded with these neighborhood parks. We've tried to unload them. We've been successful in a few of them. Some of them haven't been. We can't maintain them. We can't keep them. It may be worthy of discussion, but I don't think you're going to get very far. As a matter of fact, we had a zoning case here a month or so ago where it was, at one point, was a park and nothing could happen, so we sold it to a developer, and then
And he wanted to put an apartment complex there,
in that park area versus the single-family residential. So, I mean, there's no need in repeating bad decisions. But, I mean, if you want to talk about it and reaffirm that it was the right decision to get out of that business, I think that'd be fine. But I'd have a hard time requiring developers. Now, I don't have any problem putting money into this park fund that helps them on a radius because people are pretty mobile. But we're not having that discussion today, but
we
just
will
so you kind of know what kind of buzzsaw you're walking into. Okay, I'll open the public hearing on this case, item 200170. Planning Commission recommends and the staff recommends approval. Is the applicant here or anyone in the public have any comment in favor of or in opposition to? Not, we'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion and a second on approval of item number 16. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the next zoning case, number 200171, Judy and Doyle Hobbs, High Ground Advisors, Texas Scottish Rite Hospital, Texas A&M University Development Foundation. Who's going to be presenting that? You going to be doing that? All right.
Yes.
Item number 17.
Mayor and Council, the case before you is to rezone the property located at 5102 Old Brownsville Road from IL Light Industrial District and RS6 Single Family District to CG2 General Commercial District. The purpose of the rezoning is for the construction of a medical clinic. The applicant is Judy and Doyle Hobbs, represented by Urban Engineering. The property is located on the north side of Old Brownsville Road, east of South Padre Island Drive and west of Cliff Mews Drive. Moss Drive, thank you. The property fronts Old Brownsville Road, which is designated as a A1 minor arterial street. To the north are vacant properties zone light industrial. To the south of vacant properties zone RS6 single family district. To the east are businesses zone light industrial. And to the west are businesses also zone light industrial district and CG2 general commercial district. The property is 31.03 acres in size and it is unplatted. The subject property consists of vacant land that has remained undeveloped since annexation in 1954. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, Plan CC, and is compatible with the adjoining properties and does not have a negative impact on any of the adjacent properties. As shown above, as this slide shows, the property has begun to transition from light industrial to CG2 General Commercial District, and the prominent use has been for construction of new hotels along SPID corridor. Planning Commission and staff recommends approval of CG2 General Commercial District, and we stand by for any questions.
Okay. Is the Scottish Rite Hospital, and they're rezoning it, or are they rezoning it for the purpose of putting in a hospital?
They're rezoning for the purpose of building a medical clinic, yes.
And that's pretty close to the Veterans Administration, somewhere right there.
The new one up the street, yes, you're right.
Yeah. And then that, if I'm right there on the right corner, right top corner, that's Lozano Golf Course. Back end of Lozano Golf Course. I think it's great. All right, any comment from the council? If not, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone from the public here that want to make a comment in favor of or in opposition to the zoning case 01203, Judy Doyle and Hobbs at Texas Scottish Rite Hospital. That's a great organization. No public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. I'll entertain a motion for
Move to
approval.
approve.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Item 18, number 0120-01, Johnson Development. Ordinance rezoning property, outer narrow Brownsville Road. And Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval on this one. Item number 18.
Mayor and Council, the case before you is to rezone the property located at 5101 Old Brownsville Road from RS6 Single Family District to CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District. The purpose is to allow for the construction of a medical clinic. The applicant is Johnson Development, represented by Urban Engineering. The property is located along the south side of Old Brownsville Road, east of South Padre Island Drive and west of Cliff Moss Drive.
Across the street.
The property fronts Old Brownsville Road, which is designated as an A1 minor arterial. To the north, a vacant property zoned RS6 single-family district. To the south is a church zoned RM1 multifamily district. To the east are vacant properties zoned CN1 neighborhood commercial district and an elementary school zoned RM1 multifamily district and RS6 single-family district. To the west are offices zoned light industrial district. The property is 11.48 acres in size and it is unplatted. The subject property consists of vacant land that has remained undeveloped since annexation in 1954. The proposed rezoning is consistent with the adoptive comprehensive plan, Plan CC, and it warrants amendment to the future land use map. It is compatible with the adjoining surrounding area and does not have a negative impact on any of the adjacent properties. Planning Commission and staff recommends approval of CN1 Neighborhood Commercial District, and we stand by for questions.
Mr. Roy?
I just had a question. Do we know offhand, are the two projects somehow linked?
It's the same development looking for the right location. It's the same medical clinic project looking for the right location. So he put in the Steel Urban Engineering, I think, he put forth the same development at the same time at these two different locations.
So it would be two different projects, two different medical clinics? No, just one?
Just one, right.
They're going to pick the best of?
Yes.
Oh. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I guess my question's along the same line. We're doing 42 acres. I hope in public comment, it's exciting. I'd really like to know more. Scottish Rite, like the mayor said, it's got a great history, and this is a big footprint. So if public comment, if y'all can tell us more, we'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Mr. Garza?
Yeah, I think they're both competing for the same project, and you just confirmed that. The only concern that I'd have is when you go to looking at the site plan, preferably the access would only be off Old Brownsville Road because of the school there on Cliff Moss. That's just my only concern. Okay, thank you.
My only question, and I'm assuming Old Brownsville Road is a nice, good road. We got all the other infrastructures in place that could service this property.
That's correct. Both lots, both
good
cases.
Any other question on the council? If not, we'll open public comment on this item. In favor of or in opposition to? Seeing no comment, we'll close the public hearing. Entertain a motion for. Okay. On the next two items, and it may just be me, we got an ordinance to adopt the new Southside Area Development Plan and the new London Area Development Plan. Just as a matter of explanation, when I was in school, I think I've shared this with you, they had the Redbird Reading Group over here. They were real fast and smart, and then they had the Canaries over here. If they didn't send them into the mines, they were pretty slow readers. And I was in the Canary group. I just got both these plans on the 20th, and today's the 25th. Is this going to be a one-reading adoption, or are we going to have time to read this and have a chance to discuss it? I know it's been a long process getting here, but
right.
We only got the final product on the 20th.
Yeah, it's two readings, Mayor. So today will be a first presentation, and then our meeting, not until, I think, March 17th will be the adoption. So you'll have several
so we got
weeks.
a little time to.
Yeah.
All right. Well, because that.
Yeah, you have about 3 weeks.
Something this big.
Yeah, this is a big
needs to
deal.
have a chance to look at it.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
fine.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Karen Costanzo with the Planning Department, and with me at the table is Dan McGinn, the Director of Planning and Environmental Services. As the Mayor mentioned, you should have received the hard copies of both the documents, Southside and London Area Development Plans, in your mailbox. If you do need a copy, please let us know. I will be presenting these as two separate presentations, two separate agenda items. These are different plans with separate ordinances and separate public hearings. And so with that, I will start with the Southside Area Development Plan. So area development plans are components of the city's comprehensive plan, Plan CC. We actually have 9 planning districts within the city. And since the adoption of Plan CC back in the fall of 2016, we've been working to update these area development plans. Many of them are quite dated. So for example, the previous Southside Area Development Plan was adopted in 1982 with some amendments made to it in 1995 and 2000, so quite out of date at this point. And the purpose of these plans is to serve as a guidebook for development and investment based on a unified vision for the future of these areas. Just to give you an overview of the timeline, this planning initiative was a little over a year-long process. The first community meeting took place back at the end of January 2019, and we've been going back in an iterative process with the community to get input and feedback throughout the way. So this slide really gives us a more detailed look at our community engagement process. In addition to multiple community meetings, we've had an advisory committee and a student advisory committee giving us guidance along the way. We also had 2 community surveys, one in the beginning of the process and then one later at the end of the process to make sure that we were headed in the right direction with this planning. The document contains an introduction section that provides some demographic information showing some growth trends and some growth projections for the South Side area. It also presents a summary of some of the online survey results that we received in that first survey instrument, as well as the community open house that we had back in January. That early input through the survey and the community meeting back in January helped direct the plan development and guide the process. There is an update within this plan to the future land use map. And as you can see here, the Southside Planning District is defined by Crosstown, SPID, the Oso Creek, and the Oso Bay. And one of the things that did occur in this planning process was an amendment to the Southside District from the Plan CC adopted districts. There's also a deeper dive into the future land use map designations within the Southside so that we could update what was adopted back in Plan CC. One thing I do want to point out is that the future land use map doesn't establish zoning regulations. It's not the same as a zoning map. It is used in the zoning process, as you've seen here at this body. Staff looks back to the future land use map for its recommendations if there is an application to rezone a property, and then it's also used by Planning Commission and Council in that decision making. Most of the revisions to the map were based on recent projects and some development trends that we've been seeing. And so they're really fine-tuning type of revisions to the future land use map here in the South Side. There are 4 vision themes established in this planning document for the South Side. The first one being celebrating our safe, family-oriented neighborhoods. We heard a lot from the community regarding wanting community gathering places and having more shopping and innovative businesses within the South Side, as well as providing a diversity in housing, jobs, and entertainment within the district. So what we're looking at here is a rendering of what that intersection at Yorktown and Rod Field might look like, looking into the future with the Del Mar Southside campus over there in that north quadrant, and some retail and services established along Yorktown Boulevard to address and serve that new campus community as well as the residential communities surrounding there, and connecting to Bill Witt Park as an amenity. So you have a walkable community there with many different assets being connected. The second vision theme is improved transportation conditions, and certainly we heard a lot from the community regarding our streets, conditions, traffic and congestion, but also wanting to see a better ability to walk or bike places, better connectivity, and the aesthetics along our major transportation corridors, wanting to see an improvement to how those corridors look as you're traversing them. So making sure they're all safe and efficient for multiple types of users, whether you're in a car, on your feet, or riding a bike, or even a scooter. The third vision theme, enhancing parks and trails, really heard a lot about seeing greater investment in our existing assets. So looking at investing in the parks that we do have, putting more amenities there so that multiple ages of users can really enjoy those assets. And then the fourth vision theme is promoting the Oso Creek and Bay as a community amenity. And again, we heard from the community directly, and this is an outcome from that input. Preserving and protecting and enhancing the Oso Creek was something we heard. Desire for better walking trails along the Oso. And finally, also adding things that will improve quality of life and healthy living. And this is something we're seeing lots of communities adding into their list of amenities for residents, is these sort of healthy outdoor recreation activities. The document then delves into the implementation portion, the strategy of how we get to that vision. So there are 7 policy initiatives, and each of those policy initiatives has key elements or action items that address how we get there under each policy initiative. So that would include things like programmatic or code changes, for example, Unified Development Code, recommendations for how we might look at that, as well as education and outreach programs that can help advance the vision, the goals. The document then also provides a strategy for public investments, developing short, mid, and long-term project goals with community input. The project list is intended to serve as a guide for developing the city's capital improvement program, as well as the bond program. And I did want to point out that Project S4 here on the short term identifies Yorktown as a project in the next 5 years. We have also midterm projects, again, maybe looking at some additional either community safety, parks and trails, streets improvements, and utility improvements needed in the 5 to 10 year time frame, and then looking at the 10-year and plus time frame, some of the other community priorities that we want to make sure we're keeping in mind as we're planning out our public investments. We did include a document within Council's packet summarizing the survey results that we received from the most recent survey, getting community feedback on this draft plan. We wanted to make sure that we included that because we thought it was important to share all that feedback and all the comments that we received from the community that took the survey. We had 663 people participate and complete the survey. And you can see we have one screenshot here. There's a lot more within that packet. But there's pretty broad community support for the vision themes laid out in the Southside Area Development Plan. Staff and Planning Commission do recommend adoption of the plan. This is a public hearing item, and with that, we do stand by for any questions. Thank you.
Any questions from the council at this point? It's public hearings, We'll open the public hearing. Anyone want to make comments related to item number 21 on ordinance? No, number 19, I'm sorry. Adopting the Southside Area Development Plan. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. My name is Jonathan Amon of 5117 Royalton Drive. I'm a resident of Southside. I attended several of these community meetings to help develop this plan, and I believe this plan reflects the interests of the residents of Southside, and I feel that it will improve the quality of life for residents now and in the future. And with that, I would humbly urge you to support this development of the Southside Area Development Plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Appreciate you taking time to come down. Mr. Dessert, come on down.
Mr. Mayor, Council, City Manager, Ed Cantu at 7122 South Staples. I had no intentions of speaking today. I just had a question. All the green space that you show along Oso Creek and Oso Bay, is the city going to purchase that property, or what are you going to do to the property owners who own that property now? Because I'm sure I no longer own property there, but I did previously, and I'm sure that the property owner did not intend to have that much green space and take away what they expected to eventually develop.
You're on.
In our plan for the south side along Oso Creek, we do show a lot of area to kind of be open space or preservation, and that kind of reflects that 100-year floodplain area. And the city has been fortunate. We actually have acquired a good bit of that property with the Oso Wetlands Park area, and then we do have some around Billwitt Park, and then kind of the south and west over to Cimarron. And we have had discussions with developers. They have interest in actually donating some of that land or working with us to acquire some additional land that would be in that area. But again, this is kind of a future land use plan. This kind of directs staff to look at that property, and we certainly don't want people to develop in the 100-year floodplain if they can avoid it. And a lot of developers do work to mitigate that property and raise it. So a lot of times they put in maybe a channel or a drainage, and they're able to raise some of that property outside of that 100-year floodplain. So we would be able, they could still develop in the area. This is just a plan that kind of recommends some strategies or policies the city could take to not necessarily promote development in those areas when it can be avoided. So.
Karen, I'm sorry, you're not on mic.
Okay, that works. Okay. So as I was saying, if you look at policy initiative number 4, there is an action item there that addresses this concern where the city would look either to purchase or to work with a partner agency to purchase that land area for that purpose of establishing a trail.
It looks great, and all that is nice as far as having all that green space, but it could come at a major cost to the city. And as a taxpayer, I just want to make sure that we know what we're getting into before we start spending additional monies. Thank you.
It's just a plan, though. There's no commitment to the and
No, sir. There's no expenditures part of this.
Okay, any other public comment? Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And this will be 2 readings, you say? Yes. This is the first reading?
Yeah, this will take 2, this is the first reading, and then it'll come back on March 17, the next council meeting.
And is this, if there's someone looking at the public, if they want to see this, is it on the city website under Parks and Rec, under Southside Area Development Plan, or how would they get to it?
Right, there is a project website. It's on that last slide, if we can bring that back up, but it is cctexas.com/Southside and London, all one word.
Okay. So both the London and the Southside, one click?
That's correct.
Double dip?
That's right.
All right.
One destination for all the fun.
There you go. All right. Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, I was intimately involved in this whole process. I went to all the meetings and kind of addressed several of the issues, brought up some of the things that were part of this, such as the bike lanes and being the most cost-effective way, having the green sidewalk type scenario. Also, in addressing some of those park questions, this is development within that flood zone that we were looking at to work with developers, which several were part of this discussion, in creating a linear park where you would have the trails similar to what we're doing on South Oso with John Tamez in his development, and he's donating a large park that's going to be estuary type retention. It's all that whole area is kind of keeping it natural, so we can address some of the flooding issues that may occur during that time frame, and keeping it open and natural. So there, a lot of thought has been involved in this. A lot of discussions with developers has been communicated We do own a large section of property there on the east side, there where the bend in the Oso Creek happens. So there's lots of options that we have, and so I addressed a lot of my concerns here as well. So I'm supportive. Thank you.
Ms. Guajardo?
Thank you. Along those same lines, Peter, I wanted to ask you in terms of the flood mitigation on the south side, and of course, in the London plan, we'll bring that up as well, but to the detention ponds and I guess the encouragement of working with the flooding. How, as we did, you guys did a great job on Greenwood in that area.
Right.
What are we doing working with private developers, the county, and our staff in terms of addressing that, for the Oso Creek Basin?
Well, the big picture thing, and Karen may want to jump in if there's something specific, but the creation of a stormwater master plan that we're going to do with the new Public Works Director, we haven't had that before. So flooding in some cities, and we'll have it here, is covered under the stormwater group, and that's where the professionals reside that deal with flooding from rain events and so on. So having a master plan and coordination with the county as well. I know Judge Canales has talked about some type of master planning for flood in all of Nueces County. Those two groups will begin to look more closely at these areas.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great. And then the last thing I'll say is, what struck me about this plan or survey was the importance on safe neighborhoods. And so I think that's, as we all know, public safety is extremely important, but I think that we are entering a day, or we're not entering, we're in the day, where we might need to look into community policing, in different ways, maybe not as traditional as we're used to. In some of the coffees that I've had, that has been a very, very big topic, most especially this last one. And so I think it's very important that we, regardless of what side of town, today we're talking about South Side, that we look at how we can explore other policing programs, which I've had conversations with the chief on this, and we're going to continue talking about it. But I think it's very important, being that we see the numbers as they are here on this particular survey. Oh, and last thing, I noticed there was a good number of people that mentioned trees in the development and shade. So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, actually, one of the action items that we identified is coming up with a tree planting in the right-of-way as one potential policy initiative or key implementation item. So we certainly heard a good bit about wanting shade trees along the streets so that people can get to the parks in a healthy manner, but also in the parks as well, having shade for the play structures or where parents sit and watch. So it is a big portion of what we heard, and we incorporated that into our policy initiative action items and the implementation process.
Okay, but is there anything, how do we go about, is there any kind of prerequisite, I guess, when you develop in terms of trees, or is that something that?
I know, just in recent discussions with Al and Michael Dice, I know that that's something that they've kind of was shocking to them to come into the community in some of the neighborhoods that didn't have trees. So I know it's something that we're looking at in the Unified Development Code, is maybe some type of amendment that would, put some emphasis on additional trees, plantings for different projects, either residential or commercial. So it's something
So we don't require it. Some developers just plant them, and then, or residents just plant them voluntarily.
Correct.
Okay.
If commercial projects do have some requirements for trees, they have to meet a certain minimum thresholds, but on the residential side, no.
And, okay, and you
So
said
that
y'all
would just
are
be a
working on it?
choice. Mhm.
You're working on that, though?
Yeah.
Great, great.
Couple different angles, yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. No more palm trees, though. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna come back to that. Mr. Garza?
Thank you, Mayor. Dan, the only thing I've got a question about, great work here, by the way. I know that you guys were working on it. I didn't know. It took a little while, but I appreciate all the inputs y'all put into this thing. On page 44 and 45, just looking at kind of the park and trail improvements, I was looking for location of P14, which is a regional recreation center. And I don't know if it got cut off by a page or maybe I'm blind. But
It's got an asterisk where it's not mapped. So some projects, whether, you know, if they're facilities that just the property hasn't been acquired or it's still in the planning stage, we didn't we didn't try to guess where we were going to put those. But generally speaking, somewhere in the south side, long term,
okay,
looking at a regional.
so we don't know the actual location.
Correct.
Could we actually look to see if we've got some land in that area, surplus land that we might be able to, so we don't have to spend so much money in acquiring land?
I mean, we did talk about potential, and I think it's likely at some existing city-owned property. You know, Bill Witt Park could be a good location, I think, for multiple different city, facilities, whether it's police, fire. You know, I think it's a good location for some different things. So, and we have some other city properties I think that could also work within the south side. But I think as you get closer to looking at that project, you kind of hone in on a site.
I also saw a picture in one of the drawings or had a pier maybe out into the Oso. Is that something we get a permit for? Or I can't remember where I saw it, but just leafing through it.
Yes, for the Oso Creek as a community amenity, right? The
Yeah, I
rendering,
saw a pier, and I
and
just kinda
the
wondering-
kayak launch. It's part of the concept of activating not just the trails but the water for recreational and outdoor activity. So we would definitely need to work with regulatory agencies, environmental agencies. At this point, the Oso Creek is an impaired water body. So this is a long-term vision of where we want to get to make it a safe recreation amenity for our
I know
community.
it's under the jurisdiction of the Army Corps of Engineers, so anything we do out there, we've got to get a permit through them.
Of course.
All right, great, thank you.
Mr. Roy?
So I'm trying to understand, just for my own knowledge, really, as far as when you take a look at the Oso Creek, if you go to page, I guess, 40 and 41, and I kind of want to flip back then to 26 and 27. What's the probability as far as if you make a bike trail? Do you think it could be doable to do a bike trail from 286, following that all the way down? Or is that, at what point, if you could use a small kayak, can you navigate? I mean, where do you see this taking place? At the bottom part around S13 and S11?
So the rendering itself, when you look at 26 and 27,
Yes.
that's conceptually in the area near the Shannon Hike Bike Trail, but across Yorktown and the Oso Creek. Just to give you a general sense, let's see if I can actually go back to these 40 and 41, because there's short, mid, and long-term programs for that Oso Creek Trail. So in the short term, the idea is just a planning process for the trail and how it's going to develop and put that together. But then looking at the midterm, if you look at the next page on 42 and 43, P11 kind of shows the first section, maybe starting at our wetlands preserve and then moving along the creek there in the bay. And then connecting a little bit further. We do have segments in place already in some capacity along the Oso Parkway. So there are bike trail facilities along the parkway that have been installed where that's been developed. But we would want to close that loop.
And the picture on page 26 is the approximate location of the S3 that's on page 40. So that picture kind of gives you an idea of what kind of it's a ditch outfall, and then you see Oso Parkway there, and just the ability to create another trail system that may be just below that and a little bit closer to the shore for access. But certainly portions of this exist, but the access getting into the creek is not great today. So, but that was something we wanted to hear.
Kind of what I was thinking. I drive that section, and I don't think I've ever really seen a kayak way up in that area. I just wondered if you can tie that all together. I thought it would kind of be neat, but I think there would have to be buy-off from a lot of people in order to make that happen, because you're cruising in their backyards, aren't you?
We're fortunate, we do have controlled pieces of property along the creek that I think could allow for opportunities like that where we may not have to deal with too many different property owners. But if you've had certain access points along the creek to kind of, get into the creek, and then you'd have obviously a certain distance you travel to get out at a certain point down. So I think there is real opportunity here to create something like that.
And Project P12 is that kayak launch on the long term, so I did
You
find
said
it.
P12?
P12 on page 44 and 45. And again, it's preliminary, so when we go into the actual trail planning, we may discover other opportunities or better opportunities to relocate that. But really, as a concept, people want to use the creek, and we should be headed in that direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hunter?
I just wanted to tell y'all congratulations. I think y'all have been working on this for a good amount of time, and I wanted to say thank you for sticking in there, never giving up, and thriving under the pressure you were under at all the meetings. And I also want to say thank you on working to make the Oso Creek area more accessible and park friendly. I think that's a great addition. So what the council doesn't know is this has been going on since before I was here. I think Rudy was here when they were trying to do the comprehensive plan, and this area had been slowing down the adoption of the total comprehensive plan because we had a lot of political pressure. And these two stuck with it, and I just can't tell you how much I really appreciate. I know that it's probably been pretty tough, and you guys have done a great job, and lady. Yeah. I don't know how to say it, but thank you very, very much. I'm very, very proud of y'all. This is a big deal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, on there that, the OSO is a very important part of, I think, our community, and something that, like Dan, you were saying, we own a lot of the OSO. So having this a point of emphasis is nice. I see in both this plan and the London plan, we have a lot of channel improvements, drainage improvements, and we know that basin gets more and more pressure, so it shows the importance of what we need to be doing on our drainage plan, retention, detention. I don't know how much this basin can hold off before we really start to see some issues. And one last thing, the pictures in there are great. The one thing they don't show is we got more telephone poles popping up in this town than a mushroom after a rain. And they're big and they're black. And they sure don't fit in these pictures with it. So is the community on there, our position on underground power versus above ground with it? I drive so many areas now that vertical intrusions on a horizontal plane is what an architect would say. But it doesn't make our city look good. We stepped back in the 1950s and 60s after Celia. We saw a big underground push on there. After Harvey, now we're seeing a big above ground push with closer spacings, larger diameters, much more intrusive to our visual appeal with it. And again, looking at these pictures, if you throw those in there, it won't look the same. But like Michael said, thank you all very much for what you're doing.
Just, I don't see any other comments here, but you mentioned on trees, and you said a lot of people want putting trees in the right-of-ways and this sort of thing to decorate up, and some developers said they were shocked down here with the lack of trees. Well, I mean, that kind of tantamount to some developer going to Nacogdoches and saying, gosh, I don't see any beaches out here. I mean, we just don't have trees down here, so I mean, why should it be a shock? But on the other hand, I don't have any problem with trees, but when you mentioned right-of-way, one of the majority complaints that we have in this city is the condition of our sidewalks. And when we're allowing in subdivisions and every place else for people to plant trees between the sidewalk and the curb, and then they wonder why their sidewalks get pushed up and their curbs get pushed out, it's because the roots push them. So you're not encouraging people to plant in the right-of-ways, I hope, and probably ought to be considering discouraging people to plant in the right-of-ways. Because, you go down, well, you can go down Saratoga, they don't even have trees between the sidewalk and the curb, and you can see where just the manhole covers, there's a foot difference between the manhole cover and the sidewalk where the manhole cover sunk. And then you put trees in them in these neighborhoods. There was a lady here last week talking about, the trees, and you heard a whole lot of those out when you were doing your street talk about the condition of the sidewalks. I'd bet you 90% of the problems is tree roots that have pushed them up, and they were planted either between the curb and the sidewalk, years ago. But the new stuff, is that even part of our plan right now, or are we just willing to bite the bullet and have bad sidewalks?
The document itself just identifies a tree planting in the right-of-way as an action item, not specifics as to what that might look like. So when it's time to look at what a right-of-way policy would be regarding tree plantings, that's when those conversations really need to happen. One thing that could be discussed is certain tree species that work well in providing shade without having aggressive root growth. So in that industry, you do talk about the right tree in the right place, and so making sure that that's addressed within any sort of policy that's brought forward.
Or maybe instead of ornamental, you put artificial. I don't know, but if sidewalks are a problem, and they are, you're going to find out the more you talk to people, the more they've issues with sidewalks. And a big contributor of bad sidewalks is trees that people have planted between the curb and the sidewalk, and then just right there close on their property, close to the sidewalk. But anyway, if you want to keep dealing with sidewalk problems, just do it. But when you see a beach in Nacogdoches, let me know, will you? Okay.
Quick comment on that, Mayor.
Excuse me? Oh, man, I stirred up some people here. All right, Mr. Hernandez.
Okay, I live in the Lakes neighborhood, and we do have trees in the median.
Oh, I love trees.
In the right-of-way, but they're separate from the sidewalks. There's actually no sidewalks where those trees are located. We do have some issues. We've had a moving truck, not yours, Mayor, but we had a moving truck hit one of our limbs and damage some of the truck. We also
Ordinance are supposed to keep those trees trimmed.
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
Which
City may
brings
have a
me
claim on that
to
truck.
my other point, is that it requires maintenance. And as a homeowners association, it wasn't my homeowners association; it was the other one. There's two of them there. That we have made a deal with the city to take care of those trees, those medians, and our deal was for water for irrigation, and we would handle all the landscaping or lawn maintenance associated with it, including the trees. So we do have trees, if you want to go and look at the neighborhood on how that would look. But there are some thoughts to be around that, and you should include Parks and Recreation, since they are taking care of our medians, or at least currently, we should include our Richard Martinez, who's sitting here, in terms of addressing those things to where we address those holistically, and we don't impose our desire for something onto departments that we don't fund them for. That was one of the key things with Parks and Recreation, is that we give them all these parks and then don't give them any extra money to take care of them. So we want to make sure anything that we do and any plans that we institute, that we're including it not only as part of the budget process, but including the departments that are going to be taking care of them. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Well, thanks. And a brief step back in history, Rudy will probably be aware of this too, but we used to require plantings for our residences on their trees in particular. I don't know when that changed. I'm kind of surprised, but our past history, we did have a requirement for planting, I think, maybe a 3-inch caliper tree. Thanks.
Mr. Garza?
Mayor, there's a lot of good information in the UDC. The landscaping group, of which I chaired when we were working on the UDC, adopting the UDC about 10 years ago, had a lot of recommendations for where you actually plant the trees, make sure you don't put them in the utilities portion where it could disrupt the services, and also trees, because we had areas where we wanted to plant trees, and we planted some downtown and 6 Points, and they've destroyed some of the sidewalks and gotten into some of the stormwater systems. So I think we've learned from some of the things that happened in the past. And so if we go back, we had a landscaping architect that actually served on the UDC committee, and so there were some recommendations made in there for tree plantings and such, and what vegetation should be used in our particular area. So I think that if we follow the UDC and the recommendations made by some of the landscaping people, we'd probably stay out of trouble. It may need to be updated. You know, we need to take a look at it and see some things that we planted that might not work or have died. And so somebody could take a look at it, but I think that's the starting point, actually going forward.
I mean, we envision, implementation of this would, we would, as a staff, work with all the departments, collaborate. We'd define a document and kind of would describe how we would treat tree or anything else maybe within the right of way, define species, maybe there's some things you can do with the root systems to contain them, placement. So we would work together to finalize a document that would be kind of a guide, future maintenance of how you would take care of these trees moving into the future. So that would be kind of the end product, I think, at some point in the future. So.
Okay, Ms. Marlowe?
No artificial trees.
No, you don't like artificial?
No artificial trees.
Hey, they're a boom at Christmas.
I
like palm trees.
Well, palm trees are okay if you maintain them. But I will just remind us that trees are not just for shade, but they are environmentally a very positive thing, not only for us, but for habitat for animals, the birds in your
Roaches.
beautiful backyard.
Yeah.
I bet you got a lot of greenery back there.
I got a lot.
So no, I think trees are extremely important, and I have all confidence that I don't think the plan would be to just go throw a bunch of trees out different places. You're strategically going to put them in certain places where they won't cause, the roots of the trees won't cause the breakage of sidewalks, as that's another, very big expense that our constituents can't take on. Unfortunately, that's what the I guess rules call for. But either way, I'm very pro-tree, not artificial anything. And so I really look forward, Karen, to you guys working with some of the suggestions that were given today, parks, other best practices, and really coming up with a great plan, because you do need trees. It is, just flat land is not, it's not pretty, and it's not what, especially young families, they want to go to a park where there are trees. You want to live in a neighborhood where there are trees, or have a beautiful backyard where there are blooming, beautiful plants everywhere.
Come to my house.
I'm talking about your house. That's exactly
I'm talking about them in the right of way. I love trees.
Yeah,
Anyway,
well,
enough
in the
discussion.
right place, in the right way. So anyway, thank you, and we look forward to that. Thank you.
All right. So we've had the public hearing, right? Anybody want to talk about trees? No. Okay. All right, we need a motion on item number 19, and this will be a 2-reading ordinance, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So moved.
There's a motion in 2 seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye on item 19.
Aye.
On item 20 is the same thing, or do we?
We do have a
Just
lot of
the other side
duplicate
of the street?
slides, so what we can do is go through them pretty quickly,
All right.
and that way
Let's do
leave
the
more room.
London Area
at the end.
Development Plan.
That's right. And again, this is a first reading of 2 and a public hearing.
Okay.
Again, part of the area development plans are part of the comprehensive plan. The London ADP was adopted in 1987 with no amendments since, so it is that dated. Same timeline, we had some economies, some efficiencies by combining the engagement and outreach process with both the South Side and the London planning processes. And again, a lot of opportunities for feedback loops, iterations. We've, I think, had 4 drafts of this plan document along the way. So really getting good community input along the way. Again, looking at growth patterns in the London area, some projections, and what the community input was as to what they love about their area and what they want to see come to their area. As was discussed with the South Side presentation, the future land use map is not a zoning map, so it doesn't establish, again, those zoning boundaries or definitions. Very important to note that in the London area, because the majority of London is outside the city limits. And with the recent legislative changes, any annexations are really going to be voluntary. So it's going to be by petition. And so when that happens, then there'll be a zoning case. And we've seen that here recently with a couple of cases come forward in the London area, first with the annexation process and then the zoning process. So we're getting kind of familiar with that. So that becomes, again, even more important to understand. The future land use map, it helps guide us, but it does require, in terms of land use, some input from the developer at that time of annexation. Now, there are 3 vision themes for the London area, the first being celebrate our community character. The London community is a tight-knit community. They have very strong ties. They want to see that continue as the area continues to add population and grow. In addition, promoting sustainable growth. Again, that emphasis on growth as we've seen, more people move into that area, and understanding what the needs are, both for enhancing quality of life for the residents, but also making sure that we have the utilities, the stormwater planning in place so that we can support that growth. And the shared vision theme, because the Oso Creek is a shared amenity between Southside and London, same vision of promoting the Oso Creek and Bay as a community amenity, so that it will enhance both districts, both areas, and actually the city as a whole. Policy initiatives, there's 5 separate policy initiatives, and each one, again, has very specific action items that helps achieve and develop a strategy to achieve those goals set in the vision statements. And finally, public investment initiatives. And this is a good opportunity to mention that we did also include other agencies, other public agencies' investments. So Texas Department of Transportation, as they're working on the Crosstown Expressway, we wanted to make sure that we included that into this document so that we could include that in our planning. And once again, this investment strategy is really about helping us as staff and as a community identify projects for our capital improvement program and our bond program moving forward. So again, there's the short-term, midterm, and you can see, for example, phasing here of the Oso Creek Trail in the midterm, as well as public safety enhancements. So as we see more growth in population, making sure that we have the fire station and personnel capacity to be able to provide that public safety response needed. And then into the long term, enhancing, you can see the fire station increasing their equipment and personnel, but also adding another fire station potentially as growth warrants to make sure that we're able to adequately respond to the public safety needs. And again, document included in your packet showing this, providing a summary of survey results and responses from the community. We had 198 participants provide their feedback in that survey, giving us input on what they thought on this draft plan. And you can see there's general support for the 3 vision themes in London here on this screen. And staff and planning commission do recommend adoption. And again, this is a separate public hearing item. So with that, we stand by for any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Garza?
Dan and Karen, did you take into account, on the short, mid, and long-term goals, did y'all take into account the fact that we're going to be challenged by a lack of MPO funds because some of the dollars that were expended for the Harbor Bridge project? We got help from the MPO when we did the Shannon hike and bike trails and stuff, and some of the stuff that we've done on the south side has been related to MPO dollars. I can't see us without funds and without derailing some of our street projects or some of the street initiatives being able to achieve in the timeframes that you got laid out here. And I'd rather under-promise and over-deliver than over-promise and under-deliver.
We looked at the current list that was the MPO, they're going through their planning process now, so we did take that into consideration, and they were kind of prioritizing projects because, it's the Category 7 funds that may not be available for some of the local projects for the next few years. So that's something that is being discussed, and we did, at least the best we could, we didn't probably identify as many projects that we could have in that short term. So.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you. These meetings were held in conjunction with the Southside meeting, so I attended the majority of them as well. There were some current things that we didn't discuss in this, like the drainage plan, simply because there just wasn't capability to do that. And since most of this area is outside the city limits, we do have some reliance on the county, which does not have a drainage district, a countywide drainage district, which poses some problems because you have areas that are part in the city and some that are in the county and then back to the city. And we have to kind of work through that process. And I hope that we can work something out with them for a master plan, for a stormwater master plan. I know you talked about that earlier. There might be some opportunity for us to help. I know we need dirt, so to speak, for our landfill. I don't know if we can work in conjunction to create some of this drainage that we need, and then use funding from solid waste to collect that dirt and take it back to our landfill. It might be an option what we could do there. Also, specifically, some of these things I think are further off than what's in this plan because it's just the type of growth that we need. The limitations from the state legislation on annexing those areas. Plus, we need to work with the county on the development of those roads ahead of time. I'm hopefully looking forward to seeing the public improvement district or policy, so we can actually have another tool in the toolbox to address some of the cost and to pay for some of the infrastructure associated with it. But it might be something along those lines. But I appreciate the work you did on this. I know there was some contentious stuff along with the London area, especially around the school and the neighborhoods, and then the annexation that we had over there. So I know this was in the middle of that, but I appreciate your work on that. Thank you.
Ms. Wartho?
Thank you. Karen, I know, London's in our city's ETJ, but we are extending, water and sewer lines out there. So I think it's extremely important right now that we have a strategic plan for the roads out there to work together with the county, and whomever else we'd need to accommodate the growth that we are spurring in a sense. But I don't think, or I know there's no plan, but I really believe that has to be a part of, all the rest of these things in planning for this area of town. The other thing, and as an example, Holly Road, it was a county road and never upgraded, widened, and it's still, I think I'm thinking of Slough, but either way, that's an example of something that was kind of left behind and we never took care of. I just don't want to see that happen out in this area. So a strategic plan to develop the roads is extremely important to me. And again, as we see in the survey, we had some concerns voiced in regard to water detention. And so I think that we need to work again with the county, as was said earlier, and try and get some of these mitigation dollars to prioritize that for the city of Corpus Christi in that area.
Any other public comment or council comment? We'll open the public hearing up for the London Area Development Plan. Any public comment? Public comment? Seeing no public comment, we'll close the public hearing on the London Area Development Plan.
Motion approved, Mayor.
There's a motion and a second for the adoption of the London Area Development Plan, and there will be a second reading on this. Encourage folks to take a look at it, and pretty exciting. Doing a little planning. All right, there's a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, we're at the item N on our agenda, and it's 1:30. So I'm going to move over here. The council will go into executive session on item 26 per the Texas Government Code, sections 551.071 and 551.087. And for the information of the public, the item number 26 is related to Chapter 380 Economic Development Initiative Agreements with Upper Padre Partners, LP, and North Padre Water Park Holding, Ltd. And the Park Road 22 Bridge, Village, Canal, and Padre Island Holding. In other words, it's got to do with island and infrastructure and activities out there. So we will be back following lunch.
A new Cole Park Pier is on the horizon. The City of Corpus Christi announced the next steps for the closed Cole Park Pier and the timeline for the reconstruction project. City Manager Peter Zanoni announced the design consultant for the new Cole Park Pier is Jacobs Engineering as a staff recommendation to City Council. Zanoni outlined why Jacobs Engineering stood out from the rest of the applicants.
The firm, one of the reasons we like them is they specialize in ports and marine work, and so they have a group of over 550 individuals that do that. So a lot of our engineering firms can focus on land development, buildings, but a firm like Jacobs has a strong team that works in the waters constantly.
Cole Park Pier has been closed for about 2.5 years because it was damaged by Hurricane Harvey. District 2 Council member Ben Molina mentioned what he would like to see on the new Cole Park Pier.
If it's up to me, I'd like to make it wider with a lot more amenities such as shade structures, areas to sit, and really make it a destination for Cole Park.
The timeline for the Cole Park Pier project is a long one. The first engineering phase that describes the amenities and features the brand new pier design will have could last 3 months. Then the design process is expected to take 6 months to more than a year, depending on the permitting process. The construction phase is expected to take place about a year to a year and a half. The newly constructed pier could potentially be done by June 2021.
There's probably going to be some differences. There's going to be some additional amenities that are included that weren't part of the original pier. So we're looking at designing and building a bigger and better Cole Park Pier.
Funding for the design phase will come from the Bond 2018 program, but funding for the construction phase could possibly come from a Bond 2020 program, the Community Enrichment Fund, or a naming rights program for the modern Cole Park Pier. Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla. Want help estimating your monthly charge for water use? Head over to the City of Corpus Christi's Water Calculator website at water-calculator.cctexas.com. Just answer 2 questions. What is your monthly consumption? Your water consumption is listed on the second page of your utility bill using single-digit numbers. A number 1 for consumption is equal to 1,000 gallons. Enter the single-digit number. Next, what is your meter size? Some accounts have more than 1 meter. For accounts with multiple meters, you need to run the calculator for each one. Your residential meter size will be either 5/8 and 3/4 or 1. The most common meter size is 5/8 and 3/4. But if you are unsure, call 361-826-2489. Otherwise, select your meter size. Then press Calculate. It's that simple. Enter your meter consumption, enter your meter size, then click Calculate. Finally, the water calculator will show your residential water use estimate for a 30-day billing cycle. To use the water calculator, check it out at water-calculator.cctexas.com. Zero. That is the amount of fatalities the city is aiming for with its new program, Vision Zero. The Vision Zero initiative is to promote safety for pedestrians, cyclists, drivers, and boaters. The City of Corpus Christi kicked off the Vision Zero initiative that aims to eliminate fatalities and severe injuries on roadways and waterways. The initiative promotes walking, biking, driving, and sailing safely. City Council celebrated a proclamation and approved a resolution declaring Corpus Christi as a Vision Zero community with a commitment to save lives and decrease roadway and waterway accidents. City Council asked residents to read and follow the Vision Zero Safety Pledge and explained why this program is important.
What really brought it to the forefront for me was back in 2018, we had a high school student that was killed in front of King High School. It was very unfortunate. She was 15, 16 years old. She was walking to school, or walking from school. And she's 15 years old, she had her whole life ahead of her. And there's no telling what she could have accomplished in her life, and we'll never know now. So it is important that we take this seriously.
The goal of Vision Zero is to save lives and decrease traveling accidents, something Corpus Christi needs. According to the Streets Department, there were 174 fatalities on the roadways in the last 5 years, with 38 fatalities in 2019. In the last 3 years alone, there have been 59 serious pedestrian injuries and 37 fatalities, in addition to 12 serious bike injuries and 3 fatalities. CCPD issued 9,000 citations for distracted driving in the last 3 years. Corpus Christi is the 4th Texas city to implement the Vision Zero initiative, and the program will be kept in mind when constructing future street projects.
We've reached out to our planning community and our engineering community to keep in mind safety features, adding bike lanes, adding wider sidewalks, ADA ramps, adding lighting. And don't take out lighting as far as pedestrian lighting and even street lighting. Keep lighting in projects, keep signals in projects. Add audible signals where the deaf and the blind could use the crosswalk and the signal as well. We've implemented those kind of actions with our engineering community, so when we're designing our roadway projects, to keep those safety elements in mind.
Here are some safety tips to follow when traveling. When driving, obey speed limits and signs. Look for people biking and walking. Keep your eyes on the road. Don't text and drive. Every passenger must be buckled up. If biking, pay attention to the traffic around you. Watch for turning vehicles. Bike in the same direction as traffic. Outfit your bike with the required lights and reflectors. If walking, watch for turning vehicles and people biking. Cross at a marked crosswalk. Wear bright or reflective clothing, and carry a light when it's dark out. To take the safety pledge or for more safety tips, visit www.cctexas.com/Vision Zero. Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla.
Twenty 2019 was a very big year for the City of Corpus Christi's engineering department. Dozens of projects were completed in 2019, and many of them were bond projects that the citizens voted on. Let's start off with the downtown area improvements, which has new flower beds, pet waste stations, and trash cans. The 105-year-old fountain named Queen of the Sea, which is located at the intersection of Lower Broadway and People Street, saw some improvements and is now running like new. The city also did several street reconstruction projects: Ayers between Ocean Drive and Alameda, South Alameda from Ayers to Louisiana, Old Robstown Road between Highway 44 and Leopard, Yorktown between Everhart and Staples, and last but not least, Corona Drive from Flynn Parkway to Everhart Road. These projects saw utility improvements, new sidewalks, traffic signals, and a whole reconstruction of the street. 2019 also saw our engineering department improve our water lines around the city. The 16-inch water line that runs under Alameda from Everhart to Airline was replaced, which will help improve water pressure. North Beach also saw some improvements with the Bond 2012 North Beach Area Improvement and Beautification Project. It saw improvements to the roadways and enhanced on-street parking. It also added extra seating around the area so you could enjoy the beauty of Corpus Christi. The Naval Air Station wasn't left out. With the Navy Army Station Corpus Christi Waterline Extension project being completed, there is now a 10-inch water main along a 2-mile stretch of Ocean Drive and Island Boulevard that ultimately feeds a ground storage tank inside the air station. The popular West Guth Park also got some improvements. There's new walkways and a new pavilion, and the city has put in new landscaping, so if you're looking for a nice park to take your family to, look no further than West Guth. Other projects that got completed in 2019 are CCAD Industrial Security Enclave Project, which saw security improvements. The Corpus Christi Airport had replaced aprons with new and improved concrete aprons. And the Museum of Science and History got a new roof and some new landscaping. There are plenty of more projects that will be completed in 2020, so if you want to stay up to date on our latest projects, go to www.cctexas.com/ENGnews.
Need help keeping up with your collection schedule? Download the Recycle Coach app. Just search your address, confirm, and you're on your way. Search how and where to dispose of household items. There's also a calendar view. Download Recycle Coach on the App Store or Google Play for the latest schedules, alerts, and recycling tips from Solid Waste Services. You can also access the app through the city's solid waste webpage at www.ccwasteplace.com. Wastewater fees rise during the summer months and fall during the winter months. Wouldn't it be nice if wastewater charges were more consistent? Well, now the City of Corpus Christi offers a new way to calculate wastewater charges. It's called Wastewater Winter Quarter Averaging. Wastewater Winter Quarter Averaging is a way to charge residents for the water that leaves their home using an average. Here's how the city finds out this average.
Once we have a winter quarter average for this particular residence, and that's done by taking 3 months and averaging them and coming up with one average for the month, we'll take a rate and apply it to that at average. So for example, if your winter quarter average was 4,000 gallons, we would charge you $32.60 for the first 2,000 gallons, and then $6.69 each for the 2,000 gallons after that.
Once the information is collected, the water department will put your winter average into the city system. The new wastewater charge will be seen in the April or May utility bill, no later than the June 2020 bill. The city will be reviewing winter quarter averages and measure a new average for residential customers every year. The water department recommends watching how much water you use.
I think that people have control over how much water they use, and we certainly want our customers to be conscientious and aware of that all year long, but especially during our winter months when their winter quarter average will be calculated, and then that will dictate what their wastewater charges will be for that next 12-month period.
If you have questions or concerns about the winter quarter averaging, call the city's call center at 361-826-CITY. That's 361-826-2489. Rip currents. They're narrow, fast-moving channels of water starting near the beach and extending offshore. Think of the current as a treadmill. It can travel as fast as 8 feet per second. Great weather for the beach does not always mean it's safe. Rip currents often form on calm, sunny days with waves only 2 to 3 feet high. They're quite fast coming along our Gulf Coast and can be deadly to new swimmers. Here are some tips on handling a rip current and possibly saving your life. Always remember to stay relaxed. Trying to swim against a rip current uses up energy you needed to survive and escape the rip current. One of the most important things to remember: wave, yell, swim parallel. Rip currents don't pull you under, they pull you away from the shore. Wave and yell for help and swim parallel along the shoreline until you escape the current's pull. If you feel you can't swim, don't panic. Keep your head above water, face the shore, and call and wave for help. If possible, only swim at beaches with lifeguards. The City of Corpus Christi beach warning flags only fly when lifeguards are in the stands and are put up within 30 minutes of their arrival. The top flag will be white with a red cross, followed by a green, yellow, or red flag for surf conditions. Green means there's low hazard surf conditions, yellow for medium, and red for high. Keep an eye on these flags. If conditions change throughout the day, the flags do too. If you choose to swim on beaches without a lifeguard, never swim alone. Take a friend and have that person take a cell phone so they can call 911 for help. Also, check water conditions before going in by looking at the local beach forecast before you leave for the beach. For more information, visit cctexas.com or call the Corpus Christi Beach office at 361-826-3469. That's 361-826-3469. Remember, when in doubt, don't go out. Did you know Solid Waste Services has the Litter Critter program? And now they're adding a new community cleanup trailer to help residents clean up an entire block. We'll explain the difference and show you how to sign up. The Litter Critter program provides a large brush collection truck to 2 or more neighbors to dispose of brush and small household items.
We'll place at a residence. Up to 3 homes can participate together, cleaning up their yards. They can trim their trees. They can remove shrubs. They can load up furniture and stuff like that. And then on Monday mornings, we'll come and pick up the truck.
The program is free unless the load contains banned items such as appliances, tires, household hazardous waste, construction materials, dead animals, flammable or hazardous materials, ammunition, and asbestos. The Community Cleanup Program provides community groups with a cleanup trailer that contains supplies and equipment to beautify a city block or host a large-scale event.
We'll drop off 2 roll-off containers, like 40-yard boxes that you can fill with all the waste that you collect that day. And then we'll also have another trailer that you can put tires in so we can keep it separate from the rest of the waste collected.
The cleanup trailer carries shovels, rakes, gloves, bags, trash pickers, mosquito spray, safety glasses, and other litter cleanup materials. Solid Waste Services recommend reserving the trailer in advance. Residents can mail or fax Litter Critter applications to Solid Waste Services. To reserve time for the community cleanup trailer, call 361-826-1966. Both programs are free and on a first-come, first-served basis. Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla.
This week's feature is the Corpus Christi Bridge Walk. Every month on the Sunday following First Friday Art Walk, you can get your blood pumping with the Bridge Walk 5K. The Bridge Walk starts at the historic Heritage Park at 8:30 a.m. and goes over Corpus Christi's most iconic structure, the Harbor Bridge. At the top of the bridge, you'll get a bird's-eye perspective of the USS Lexington, the Texas State Aquarium, and the downtown skyline. If heights aren't your thing, you can take the alternative 5K path along the bayfront, enjoying the beautiful waterfront and the view from the seawall. Participants of all ages are welcome to join in the family-friendly exercise. After your walk, head back to Heritage Park to visit with fitness partners and learn more about fun ways to stay healthy. For more information on the Bridge Walk and other downtown events, visit marinaarts.com.
Providing water. It's just one of the many responsibilities that the city of Corpus Christi takes on for the folks who call this warm, sunny South Texas city home. And as residents know, that comforting sun they appreciate while enjoying a day at the beach can also bring on sweltering heat that leads to dreaded drought conditions. And with drought conditions come water restrictions.
In 2011 to 2013, this area of South Texas was highly influenced by a drought.
That's why council members this summer decided to move forward with the City of Corpus Christi Desalination Project.
All in favor say aye. All opposed?
A decision that could bring a drought-proof water supply to residents and the surrounding community, and because we're surrounded by the ocean, It just makes sense.
We will study or review site location permitting of a potential seawater desalination plant.
The city is looking to build a plant that can produce 11 million gallons per day to about 22 million gallons per day. A desalination plant removes the minerals like salt and sand from water and makes it safe for human consumption. Ramos, along with a team of consultants from Fries & Nichols, an engineering firm, plan on spending the next 2 years researching the possibility of building a desalination plant right here in South Texas. Water produced by the plant will add to the city's existing water supply and help meet future water demands. Right now, the city has 4 major water sources: Choke Canyon, Lake Corpus Christi, Lake Texana, and the Colorado River.
All these sources are surface water sources, so they're dependent upon inflows and rainfall throughout the year to meet our demands.
The potential desalination plant wouldn't connect to those freshwater inflows, and because the source is the ocean, the city can provide a dependable water source that can be integrated into our system. But making science fiction a reality is easier said than done.
It's more than just taking water out of the sea and then just filtering it through a reverse osmosis. You have to make sure that you protect the system.
Right now, Ramos says they're looking at multiple sites in the Corpus Christi and La Quinta ship channel. The team needs to see if those locations meet their objectives and if they can get the water rights and TCEQ discharge permits. You see, with water desalination comes waste or effluent.
So we would work with the state to obtain those special authorizations so that we can continue to discharge our seawater, our effluent into the bay. In this project, we'll make those needed determinations and do the proper science so that we can obtain those permits.
One popular technique, adding a diffuser to the end of the discharge line. This allows the effluent to mix properly with the seawater. If all goes well, the city of Corpus Christi could have a saltwater desalination system by 2026.
And we have to be prepared from a water resource point of view to provide that water to our customers.
It's just one of the ways the city plans for future needs and strives to improve water quality, customer satisfaction, and productivity. We'll keep you updated in the future as the project moves forward. According to the National Weather Service, the city of Corpus Christi receives nearly 32 inches of rain a year. Why not collect some of that rain with a rain barrel? Contrary to popular belief, they're not illegal, and the Water Resources Division sells barrels to water customers at a reduced price. It's an environmentally friendly way to harvest and utilize rainwater. The 55-gallon container captures rain from rooftops by connecting to the home's downspout. Folks can use this water for gardens, lawns, washing cars, and even pets. Rain barrels can be purchased for $47. That's less than half the retail price. They must be purchased in person at City Hall and picked up at the city's warehouse at Civitan near Ayers. For more information on purchasing rain barrels, visit www.cctexas.com or call 826-CITY. That's 826-2489.
Corpus Christi has a long and rich history that is just waiting to be told. And what better place to start than here at Corpus Christi's own Old Bayview Cemetery? It's the oldest federal military cemetery in Texas. Old Bayview was laid out by U.S. Army engineers while General Zachary Taylor was encamped here right before the Mexican War. In the summer of 1845, the steamer known as the Dayton was transporting men to Corpus Christi when a boiler burst, killing 7 soldiers on board. Because of this tragedy, Taylor obtained the burial site from Henry Kinney, the founder of Corpus Christi.
The uniqueness of this cemetery is it covers, we have troops from the War of 1812, the Texas Revolution, the Mexican War, the Civil War, both Union and Confederate, Indian campaigns, and the Spanish-American War. It is also not segregated. We are all scattered throughout here. There are no areas of segregation.
Many of the soldiers buried here have a very interesting backstory, but 2 stand out because how young they were when they started serving.
The Nolan brothers, and we're doing Tom Nolan's dedication in November, but these 2 boys came with Zachary Taylor's troops. One was 9 and one was 11 years old. They were buglers. And for an army that had no way to communicate with each other, it's very important. But they were buglers, and what is your 9-year-old and 11-year-old doing? I just couldn't even imagine. They were orphans.
After the war, they come back to Texas and eventually come back to Corpus Christi. Once here, they become local law enforcement, and both brothers are killed in the line of duty. Now, it's not just soldiers buried here. After Taylor's army left Corpus Christi in 1846, the cemetery became the community burial ground. The city of Corpus Christi used it as a final resting place for all of their citizens.
It's literally the shopkeepers, the firemen, it's everybody who's part of the city. So everybody who's in our city now can look back there and see someone who was like them, who's buried in that cemetery. And a lot of them, it's their family because their families have been here for as long as the city's existed.
There has been some vandalism over the years, but with help from the city's Park and Recreation Department and Friends of Old Bayview Cemetery Association, it's starting to become alive again. Every November, the past and the present collide at Old Bayview with the voices of the Coastal Bend. Dozens of storytellers and experts of local history gather to share stories of those buried here. If you are interested in learning more about Corpus Christi's history, visit our website at www.cctexas.com/services/library. If you have driven down Ocean Drive lately, you may have noticed a new light. That light is called the PHB signal, which stands for Pedestrian Hybrid Beacon. Using the PHB pedestrian signal is as easy as pressing the button, then waiting for the light to turn red. Once the light is red, this guy will light up. It's time to cross. Even with the PHB signal in place, make sure you look both ways before crossing. For you motorists, flashing yellow lights mean clear the crosswalk. The light will then change to a solid yellow and then red. The red lights will then start flashing, and the drivers can proceed with caution, as long as there isn't anybody in the crosswalks. For more information about the PHB pedestrian signal, visit our website at cctexas.com. Then in the upper right corner, there's a search bar. Type in PHB. There you'll find the correct link. Do you have graffiti on or around your house or business? If so, you should contact the Solid Waste Graffiti Removal Team. They will remove it for free. To request them, submit a cleanup request online or through the city's mobile app. If you want to do it the old-fashioned way, then just pick up the phone and call the city's call center at 361-826-CITY or call CCPD's non-emergency number at 361-886-2600. Let the city's graffiti removal team help you at no cost. Contact them today.
The health department has the latest technology in body fat composition. It's the state-of-the-art Bod Pod. The Health District's 1115 waiver program provides chronic disease prevention to Medicaid, low-income, uninsured, and underinsured families. Prevention includes offering free wellness screenings, free diabetes classes, and outreach to community centers and senior centers.
We do a lot of it is diabetes prevention. You know, one in 5 people out there have diabetes, and they're walking around, they don't even know it. So diabetes is one check. Hypertension is another. That's a part of our screenings. You know, they call it hypertension the silent killer because people are walking around with elevated blood pressure, and then they end up in the ER with a, you know, God forbid, a heart attack or a stroke.
As part of the chronic disease prevention and outreach, the 1115 waiver program bought the Bod Pod and trailer in 2018. The egg-shaped machine measures body fat composition to help select people at risk to chronic diseases like diabetes or heart disease.
So once we get to a location, we need to calibrate our equipment here since we are a mobile unit. After I get her weight on the scale, now she will come in here and sit inside the Bod Pod. Make sure you breathe normally. If you do panic, there is a cancel button at the bottom if you do panic and you want the test to stop. We run 2 tests. They're about 90 seconds each. Good job, that's it. I will send her back. You can go put your clothes on, and I will print her results for her while she is getting dressed.
The Bod Pod testing offers 3 price packages. The first package is $50 that includes A1C and a hypertension screening. The second package adds a pre- and post-test over a 3-month span for $90. And the third package has 3 tests over a 6 or 9 month period for $110. The 1115 waiver program saw about 100 patients per month as of September 2017, but has increased to about 250 patients per month in 2019. The division's goal is to partner with companies to use the Bod Pod and help fund other services they offer.
We're trying to partner with corporations, people, they want healthy employees. So we want to say, hey, this is an effort for us to get out there for you. We'll do your screenings on site. We'll start a fitness challenge for your employees. We'll come back in 3 months, maybe 6 months, whatever you'd like. We'll set it up to your liking and incentivize them to stay healthy.
Call the 1115 waiver program at 361-826-1115 for more information or to set up an appointment.
Reporting for the City of Corpus Christi, I'm Eva Padilla.
Yeah, we're missing the city manager and the attorney. I guess we could move on without them. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. No action as a result of our discussion on item 20, what was it? 26. No action on that, but we back on item 21. An ordinance exempting Morton Meadows subdivision located east of Flower Bluff Drive and south of Graham Road. Who's doing this one? Item 21.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. There we are. This is a wastewater acreage fee exemption request for property located at 1522 Flower Bluff Drive. It's called Martin Meadows. The request is made by Dana and Gary Morton. This vicinity map shows the Martin Meadows 6-acre or so lot located on the east side of Flower Bluff Drive, south of Graham Road. The property is within the city limits of Corpus Christi. This property is approximately 6.024 acres. It is to have 5 single-family lots. It is zoned RS6. Single-family residential 6 district and RM1, multifamily district 1. And it is within the Flower Bluff Independent School District. The lots are platted half acre or more in size. All of the surrounding properties here are on private septic systems. The nearest wastewater collection line, as you see there, is approximately 2,200 feet away from the applicant's property. However, the wastewater connection is not deemed suitable due to it being only 4 feet in depth, and it will not provide adequate slope sufficient enough to serve as a wastewater collection line. Therefore, major capital investment will be required, namely a lift station and a force main to make this connection work. Because of that, the Planning Commission on October 30th not only approved the plat, but they also approved a wastewater construction waiver. What that wastewater construction waiver did was allow the customer to not connect to the public system. And they made a recommendation to this body to approve the wastewater fee exemption, which is before you today. The amount of the wastewater fee exemption is approximately $9,463. Of course, as you know, paying lot and acreage fees, paying surcharges and pro rata fees are what we use to populate the trust funds. As I said, on October 30th, the Planning Commission recommended approval of this wastewater fee exemption because they assumed that we would never bring services in front of this property within the next 15 years, so this was acceptable to them. Staff recommends denial because there's a potential that we will service this area within the next 15 years. Keeping in mind that if you agree with staff and support the denial of this waiver, the applicant always has the right to request a refund in 10 years of its entire $9,500 fee. I stand by for questions.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you. So, Mr. Raymond, that if we don't extend sewer, if we charge them the fee and we do not extend sewer within the next 10 years, then they can get a rebate on that?
Yes, that is correct.
And what's our interest rate we're paying on that?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure we have interest
It was
rates.
8 at one point in time. I don't know what it is today.
I know we do that with trust funds, but I don't know if we do that with, but I'll look into that.
Yeah, and if we waive the fee and then we do by chance extend sewer out there with it in an already developed area, will they have to pay the fee at that point in time?
Absolutely, and it'll probably be more than $9,500
Okay,
years
okay,
out.
so we're gonna collect the money, that we're not giving them a
We're not-
pass
Exactly.
on that.
So they pay now, and when the line gets in front of their front door, they have to pay nothing. If we waive the fee and the line gets in front of their front door and they have to tie in, it will cost, significantly more than 10 grand.
Is there any plans or anything else to run a line there? Like you said, that's it's an already developed area.
That's true. No, they're not.
Okay.
But we shouldn't think. I think we shouldn't think in that way. When I was talking to the leadership, I said we should say that we're going to get there, even if we don't, because we have to serve the city, and I think that's the approach we should take, even if we fail in that.
But they'll have to
forward.
pay when we do that at that point in time.
That's correct.
I guess I think our city's making great strides, but since I paid my fee in Flower Bluff in 1999, 20 years ago, and there's no sign of any line coming to me, and if
Got your refund?
No, that's another story in itself. But I think there's a lot of folks out there that we've tagged these fees and they never see anything. We're always swapping money in these trust funds back and forth anyway to cover a shortfall here or there. I think we're going to make some changes, and very positive changes, but at this point in time, I'm not in favor of charging them the fee, given our history, the small amount, the fact that they'll have to, like you just said, they'll have to pay a higher fee
If they're forced to
at some
connect,
point
that's
in time.
correct.
And then in this area, I hope I'm wrong about it, but it is a fairly developed in these kind of houses on there. So for us to reach out to it, we're going to have a lot of expense to it, because you got a lot of half-acre, 1 acre, up to 5. You go down Graham Road, you got 2.5-acre lots.
That's exactly why the impact fees would help in this situation, I think.
Yeah, well, the $9,700, and the cost of us extending service compared to what our current impact fees are just a tip in the iceberg on where you run a lot of line. And I think you do have a line that's sitting there that serves Walmart that's probably a little bit better. You got one over on Flower Bluff Drive too than the Purdue line. That's a deeper, closer line, but that's another point anyway. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Raymond.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garza?
Yeah, my thinking is along the same lines as Councilman Smith. Saw a lot of times that we charge those fees, and we didn't have a plan going forward to provide the service, whether it be in Flower Bluff or Annabelle. And those issues came up when I was on the Planning Commission, and they continued on the council. And
But
I don't feel
understand-
comfortable. The gentleman's going to have to pay the fees to the city, right?
Right.
And then he still has to pay for the installation of a septic system.
No. Well, yes, that's correct. His
But in
private
order
system.
to get
right.
service right now, in order to be able to develop the properties, he's going to have to put a septic system on
Correct.
those 4 properties. So that cost him $15,000, $20,000. He's got to pay that, plus pay the $9,700 in wastewater fees. And so again, if you had right now today, if you had a plan that says we are going to provide service there in 8 years, then I'd say, okay, very good. Collect the $9,000, the $9,500. I had a house that I redeveloped right there on Graham Road, probably less than a mile away from that particular location, and I had a bad septic system, and I had to replace it because the city had no plans to ever provide sewer service out there. Now I know that we've got a new sheriff, and I know we've got a new administration, and we've got goals and that's the right thing to have. And I'm sure there were probably some people on staff that had goals when we annexed those areas in 1964. Okay, that's how long it's been.
Correct.
But 61, okay? I knew I was close. 49 years. So the big thing is that we haven't gotten there, and we still don't have a plan to do it. So I'm going to vote to not charge them the fees. Thank you.
Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you. Just some questions about the surrounding area. There's a Cantera Trail. Is anybody there on on that section,
Michael,
do they
can you
have,
help me with this?
are they on septic or are they wastewater?
Um,
Which is past this site, I believe.
Went past north or south? I'm sorry, and I apologize.
It's right across from the Jumping World. Yeah, that Oso mini storage. Are they on septic or are they on sewer?
All of the surrounding properties are on septic system.
Okay, and if you go further down, there's an area there that's further down Don Patricio Road. There's several houses that cannot be on septic system. On Seth Street, Isaiah Court, Jeremiah Court, Ezekiel Court. Those are not acre or half acre lots. Is that on? I'm assuming those are on our wastewater system.
Would you know, Gabriel? Oh.
That was before grandfather. Yeah, it was before the state came up with those rules.
You get around Purdue and you start picking up.
Those don't look like older homes.
A lot of half-acre.
These are not half acre lots. These look like RS6, maybe RS 4.5.
He's looking it up now.
And it's not far down the road from you can enter it via Micah Street, Micah. Those look like they're on regular sewer.
Okay.
Those do not look like they're on septic. Their houses are right next to each other.
Hopefully we'll have an answer for you shortly, sir.
Well, the reason I say is that, Graham Road might be down that way, but it looks like these ones are really much closer and look like they have on sewer. Cornerstone appears to be on septic, but if you build that, if this is built, obviously this would be eligible for our trust funds.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
If it's built, then everybody in those neighborhoods would have
benefit from that. That's correct.
They would have to be on. They would have to connect to our wastewater system, or they wouldn't.
They would if they've signed an agreement that they would if the water went by their lot in 15 years or so. But if they've not signed that agreement, no, they do not have to connect.
How do you know, where are these agreements if we signed them?
Well, we have this agreement associated with this particular issue. So
what I'm asking here is that if we don't know where these previous agreements were, I don't know how long ago some of these homes were built, but I'm pretty sure that, if that's the case, if they're beyond 15 years, then we wouldn't be able to force them to get onto wastewater, correct?
I would agree with that, yes. Gabriel, do you have an answer?
So those particular homes located off Micah, they actually feed to the south to a lift station. I'm trying to see the name of that road. Down Sentinel Road. The sewer goes down Sentinel and then off to the west to Flower Bluff Drive.
So they are sewage properties.
Correct. But they're further distance than what's provided in the presentation of the 2,200 feet.
Okay, they're further distance, but would you need a force main for that to go there?
Well, this particular property is in a different sub-basin. We do have a master plan for this area. So this particular property is in a area that would require a lift station and a force main and gravity system. Basically, it's going to take it all the way to Waldron. So this area will go all the way to the lift station on Waldron and then to the plant from there. So this area is in a different area from the areas you're speaking of, as far as what lift station serves it and what gravity system serves it.
Okay, that being said, being part of the master plan, but practically, would it be able to use that? No? Just simply because of the lines?
Correct, and the lift stations are sized for a certain area, so you would bring in new areas into a lift station that's already being served.
Okay, I have to agree. If we continue to do this, we'll never end up with any sewer lines in this area. And I don't know what that's going to look like for Flower Bluff. I don't know if that's going to be a bond project to where you have to bite the bullet and try and get these individuals in these communities service. I don't think I've ever voted for a waiver since I've been on council, and I don't think I'm going to start now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, a couple of things. Probably you don't know, or maybe that's a bad assumption. Is there a dollar figure in the amount of money in the funds that people have paid in this fee for in anticipation of 10 years of service, and at the end of the 10 years that service hadn't been provided? What's the balance in that fund?
I can't answer that, and keep in mind that fund is the trust fund, right? So we give.
No, that's not the trust fund. That's the Social Security fund. Those people put money in thinking they were going to get their money back. And I'm afraid if those people, and I've had a couple of people from Flower Bluff say, hey, my house is landlocked. There's no way I can get any of this stuff in here. How do I get my money back? Because it's been 25 years. And I put her in touch with somebody at the city, and I haven't heard anything back. She hadn't called and said she got her money. But you've got people out there in Flower Bluff and in other places that put their money up, and Greg had it up there 40 years or 20 years, however long it is. He never got his money back. So you ought to have a boatload of money there unless you're borrowing that to pay other people back.
Mayor,
That ought to be a fund that ought to have my name on it, and at the end of 10 years, I get notified saying, you're eligible for your money, do you want it or you're not, and give it back. We're using that money to pay other people.
Actually, you are, right?
And we need, well, that to me, I've got an ethics problem with that. We need to get that addressed and straightened out and try to get these people their money back if it's over a 10-year period, if they want it.
Right, but let me.
There's no reflection on you. This is just,
No, I understand, but let me make a point that I think you're overlooking. You're only making that statement because you're looking at within the city, within the built environment. But the same thing goes. This is a vacant lot as if it was out vacant on the other side of Oso Creek. This guy's having to pay lot and acreage fees just like the guy in Oso Creek, right? So you have the built environment built around his 6 acres, but he's not exempt from having to pay lot and acreage fees. If he wants to tap, he has to pay tap fees. If it's an existing line, he has to pay surcharge fees. So all those fees still apply, just as if it was a new development on the other side of Oso Creek. So when I say he's paying in, what he's paying into is the trust funds, water, sewer, trust funds. And when we come before this body of reimbursements, that is the bucket of money, if you will, or the 4 buckets of money that we're using, right? So when someone comes back and says, hey, I want a refund because I've waited out 15 years and nothing has ever come before my front door, we're going to that same bucket to give the refund.
yeah, but there's no, and this is the other thing, and maybe I'm misunderstanding the agreements, but from my understanding, the city spent a lot of money through bonds and others to put sewer lines out into Flower Bluff to certain points. And you just said some of them are already hooked up to sewer. Some places are served by sewer line,
Correct.
some are not.
Correct.
Well, the city puts them up through bond money to put some of those up, or the developers put them up. But there is no provision or requirement that says if you were out there in the 1950s and 60s and we run a sewer line right in front of your house, you're grandfathered and you've got a septic system over here, you are not required to hook up to the city system.
That's correct.
So you'll never get those customers. So we've just basically wasted money putting a sewer line in front of their house to get to the guy at the end of the street. Now, maybe when they come back to permit a redo on their septic system when it breaks down, those I don't know who builds septic systems, but they last a long time. And so at some point, whether it's these new developments out in Flower Bluff or in London or somewhere else, at some point, we're going to have to bite the bullet. You're never going to get these people out there to get service out in these outlying areas. And Moses is fixing to put out how many houses? 4,000? Are we going to have sewer system out there? They all going to be on septic. We got 4,000 septic tanks going out there?
No, in London, no, 1,400. It's on system. That's why he came and got trust fund.
So he's going to have the trust money to put the sewers in there.
Correct.
In Brazelton, he's using your money. Well, good for him. Good for you. Thank you. I appreciate your contribution to Moses' success. But it's a problem. We just can't keep putting these houses on septic tanks.
And just as a follow-up, so if there were a sewer line installed for an area that did have septic, granted, they don't have to connect, but if their system were to fail, they would not be issued another permit through the county. So they would then, at that point, would have to connect. So there would be potential for them to connect sooner rather than later based on any septic failure or replacement they would need.
And they would have to pay in the trust fund at that time.
If we waive this fee, then yes, that is correct.
Yeah, so they're gonna have, yeah, if they want sewer, they're gonna have to pay in the trust fund.
Assuming that it's still around in 5 years or whenever, yes.
But, I mean, but your statement was the agreement is that when we get sewer out there, they'll join.
If only those that have the sanitary sewer connection agreement. So when people have come, and I'm assuming this has happened since the creation of the UDC in 2011.
The
So
UDC,
when people,
who drew that thing there? Don't get me started.
So when people come and they say, hey, I want to waive these fees, we always say, okay, you can do that, but we tie them to this agreement that says when it comes in front of your front door, you're obligated to tie in. So you either pay the fees up front or we waive them so you can go on and build your septic systems. But when we come in front of your front door, you have to pay the fees and we'll allow you to tie in. So it's a requirement, so you just avoid it on the front end or avoid it on the back end. Now, what we did before 2011, I'll have to investigate. I'm not quite sure how, but all those people that you talked about in Flower Bluff and other places, maybe they've gotten away with it and they don't have to tie in unless, of course, there's a failure with their system and they're in the built environment inside the city and the health department's not going to issue another permit, so now they'll be forced to tie in as well.
Okay, Mr. Garza.
Just a little history, Mayor, when we extended, or it was before I was on the council, but I was the planning commission, they extended service out to the London area. That was part of our ETJ, and Gabriel, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the folks out there that came in to get permits, because we still, the county ceded their, I guess their oversight to the city because we had the building, the capacity to be able to look at building permits and stuff. In order for them to get water, because it was city water, they had to sign an agreement that when wastewater became available, they'd tie into the city. I don't think that was the case when we took in Flower Bluff and the island and Annabelle and Cal Island, but that's certainly the case after the water was extended out to the London area.
Motion to approve.
Any public comment?
So you're approving the Planning Commission's recommendation, correct? To exempt, okay. Okay.
All right, the motion is to approve the ordinance, that's the recommendation?
Yeah,
Okay.
And there's a second.
So right.
Any other further discussion? Any public comment? If not, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
No.
Okay. Item 22. Closing, abandoning 1.89 acre prescriptive easement.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Prescriptive easement closure between Rodfield Road and Yorktown Boulevard. The purpose of this ordinance is to close, abandon, vacate all rights to a prescriptive easement, which is called Airline Road between Rodfield Road and Yorktown Boulevard. The prescriptive easement is being abandoned because it's no longer needed with the completion of the Rodfield Road expansion project. The easement closure is part of the expansion of Rodfield Road construction project north of Yorktown Boulevard per the conveyance agreement approved by City Council on September 11th, 2018. The highlights of that agreement basically state the city entered into this agreement with the Nuss Family Partnership to convey 1.2969 acre property to the city. In exchange for this, the city will relinquish its rights to a 1.939 acre prescriptive easement out of 9.8 acre tract. And at the very bottom, it just says the owner agrees to convey the surface interest of the 1.2969 acre parcel to the city, and the city agrees to relinquish its rights, titles, interest in the airline road easement on the property owners once the new construction is complete. This is an aerial view of that easement. The airline road is the prescriptive easement that the Nuss family has allowed to exist. In May of 15th on 2018, City Council entered into agreement to exchange this prescriptive easement for additional right-of-way along Rodfield Road and Yorktown Boulevard. The easement closure relinquishes all city rights to the prescriptive easement. With this closure, the city wants to retain several easements in and around the properties, a 15-foot drainage easement to the north of the property, a 15-foot drainage easement for a 12-inch water line near the north end of the property, a 15-foot drainage easement around an 8-inch water line, and a 15-foot drainage easement, utility easement around a 12-inch water line parallel to Yorktown Boulevard. Staff recommends approval and closure of this prescriptive easement. Incidentally, both properties were appraised by a Val Bridge property advisor, and both properties appraised at $530,000. So with that, I stand by for any questions.
Anybody got any questions? Basically, we're shutting down that old airline road.
Right.
Yeah. Is this a public hearing?
No, sir, but there's
Motion to
public
approve.
comment.
Second. Oh, Mr. Smith? Yeah. There's a motion and a second, Mr. Smith.
Thanks.
Seconded.
Amy, could you just explain a prescriptive easement on there so we don't have a title or a recorded document? Maybe, Al, can you do that?
The actual definition, I do not know, and I do apologize for that. I'm sorry.
We could find no recorded title of that.
So
It's been there for
adverse
50-plus years,
possession.
adverse possession.
Okay.
So we think we've got title by
we do.
adverse possession, and
Yeah.
we've traded that in exchange for the right-of-way we needed for Rodfield.
Okay, thank you.
So the city was a squatter.
Yeah. $500,000 squatter.
All right. There's a motion and a second on item 22. Any public comment? I don't see any lights lit up here. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Well, that's gonna be one great improvement to that little traffic intersection. Okay, ordinance authorizing wastewater collection line extension, reimbursement agreement with Walker Holdings. Who's doing that one?
I've got it here, sir.
All right.
More of my money.
How much money did you put in that trust fund? They know a sugar daddy when they see one.
Mayor and Council, before you is a proposal, this ordinance to execute the wastewater collection line extension, construction, and reimbursement agreement with Walker Holdings for installation of 1,551 linear feet of 12-inch wastewater collection line and appropriate $215,393.85 from the Sanitary Sewer Collection Line Trust Fund to reimburse the developer per this agreement. This is an aerial view of the property. The property is located on I-869 south of Northwest Boulevard in Cal Allen. The property is 23.145 platted acres. It's zoned RS6, residential single-family 6th District, and it's planned to have 73 single-family home sites located in the city limits, and it's in the Cal Allen Independent School District area. This vicinity map shows the property, the planned residential subdivision named Cal Allen South Unit 1. The 1,551 linear feet of 12-inch wastewater collection line will be installed from the 12-inch main there to the north through a temporary public utility easement. Future development will create the necessary permanent right-of-ways for the sewer line. The installation of the 12-inch wastewater collection line will extend wastewater services to not only this planned residential subdivision, but surrounding properties as well. Staff recommends approval. This request is in accordance with UDC Section 8.5.2E2, collection line extensions. I stand by for any questions.
I got a technical question.
I hope I have a technical answer.
Walker Holdings has to run a wastewater line, sewer line, 1,551 linear feet.
Correct.
Well, is that a requirement? So what's the difference between the gap on number 21, Graham? He had 2,200 feet, right?
Yes.
But if there's something within an X number of feet, then he would have to comply if you had a collection within a certain number of feet. Don't I recall a conversation that
I see where you're going, right? So let's take the Morton Meadows.
Yeah, 2,200 feet.
Correct.
However, I was told that if it was only, must be 1,500 feet.
No, the number you're looking for is 1,000 linear feet, right? So if you're within 1,000 linear feet, you have to connect on your own. If you're outside of that, you can claim hardship, and that's why we gave, I think we just approved the waiver, correct? In this case, do you understand, right? That's why he was outside of 1,000 linear feet, so he requested, and he received by this body a waiver to not pay wastewater acreage fees.
Who, Walker?
No, the Morton Meadows, yes, thank you. Morton Meadows.
But, so now Walker, he's going 1,500 feet.
Right, but in this case, right, that the customer in Martin Meadows could have asked for trust fund fees as well. You're absolutely right. He could, because it was out 2,200 feet. That would have been roughly $4 million, and that's my point, right?
Wait a minute. Wait. Your math doesn't add up here. 1,500 feet is 200,000. How could 2,000 feet be 4 million?
I'll let the expert explain.
That doesn't. I mean, I've been to school. It hadn't been. I've been a long time since I've been to school, but doubling 215,000 doesn't get me to 4 million.
Gabriel.
These are the same scenarios. So the one, Morton Meadows, was part of a master plan. Part of that master plan was to build, you would need to build a lift station and force main to go all the way to Waldron. You gave them exemption from that construction in a prior meeting. This one was just exemption from fees. This Walker development is also part of a master plan. They're willing to comply with that master plan. So to comply with that master plan, they're going to build the 12-inch line. Morton Meadows could have complied with the master plan, but that would have cost them $4 to $5 million to build the lift station and force main all the way to Waldron.
How much money you got in these trust funds?
Not enough. That's correct. About a little under 500,000, right?
But I understand the city can't apply for trust funds, right?
No, sir.
What if we tell the builder to build it and then apply for reimbursement?
That's tantamount to what we're doing, right?
Well, just build it for the city and we'll pay. He's not putting up any of his money when the bottom line's here, right?
That's correct.
He's putting it up to finance, and then he's coming to the city to get paid for it. So he's got a sewer line for no cost.
The only thing I think he pays is his lot and acreage fees. Correct.
No wonder we need to look at this whole system.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No problem.
We gotta look at this, Wendy. Something ain't right. I don't understand it. And maybe I'm wrong, but something ain't right.
And if I can get, to continue, the applicant is requesting, as you, it said $215,393 from our waste sanitary sewer collection line trust fund to reimburse the developer. Sorry, if I can get the back on the screen. Thank you very much. So I guess we're at this point where staff recommends approval. The request is in accordance with the UDC section 8.5.2.E.2.
All right, this is item number 23, and the recommendations within the existing policy. And staff's recommending approval. And we got a motion and a second, right?
Comment either. Thank you.
You say, we haven't had public comment, but we had no public hearing, right?
No, sir, it's not a public hearing.
Okay, but is there any public comment? Okay, no, all right. Motion and second, there is a motion and a second on item 23?
Not yet.
No,
sir.
I'd like to make a motion.
All right. Now we got a motion and a second. Any more public comment? Not more, we haven't had any. Any public comment? Okay, let the record reflect there's no public comment. This is being recommended for approval by the Planning Commission, or the Zoning Commission, or Development Services, or are you making this recommendation, or who, all of them?
Development Services, yes.
Development
Sorry.
Service make a recommendation within accordance with the existing policy.
Yes.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Briefing items. That's a oxymoron. Okay, now we get into the real good stuff.
Good afternoon.
Item 24.
Again, council, mayor
Well,
and
you
council.
drew the short straw. You're getting it hit all day today, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay, item 24.
Council, mayor and council, this presentation is to present before you the alternative utility financing study update, which will be minor, and the focus will really be on the implementation of impact fees in that implementation plan. Before I start, I wanted to say this is, council does not have an action on this. This is for information only. I'll quickly talk about what the alternative utility financing study presented, looking at our current funding for water and wastewater, as I'm sure you all know now, the issues with that, with our current funding strategy, and of course, recommended plan of action, and then look to how we would move forward from there, looking at the impact fee study, master planning that we don't have.
Okay, excuse me just one second.
Yes, sir.
Did you get a copy of this, Wendy? All right, yeah, make sure she gets a copy. I don't want, you got a copy? Okay, good, all right.
Good eyes.
And a transition from trust funds to impact fees. As you know, and I'll briefly go through this, there are two ways to fund infrastructure in the city, and we talked about this about a month ago. Development fees and impact fees, which are paid by new customers, and utility rates paid by all existing or current customers. This is our current funding process for water and wastewater infrastructure. Keep in mind, we don't have one for roads, and we don't have one for storm water infrastructure. We use rates and fees, we use trust funds, and we use in-kind contributions whenever that occurs. Our trust funds, as I presented, as many of you know, was established in 1982, and it has been functioning for the last 38 years. Our trust funds are populated by these three mechanisms: lot and acreage fees, as we just talked about, surcharge fees, which are water and wastewater taps, and pro rata fees, which are taps on existing lines that are in the ground. And anyone who plats or anyone who taps pays these fees. I made a point to this body last month that since 1982 to 2018, the trust fund has paid out $29.7 million over that entire 37-year span. $29.7 million, which is about 800 grand averaging a year, give or take, right? I make that statement to say, as we just had a conversation here, the trust funds does not produce or generate enough income or revenue to develop a city the size as Corpus Christi, right? This is the analogy, if you will, of our trust funds and how they function. What I'm showing you here is when trust fund monies are paid into the bank per se, it only can do really one main thing, which is to reimburse the developer. Reimburse him for any lines he may install, for lift stations, and for force mains. That is it. We can't maintain, we can't do O&M, we can't do treatment plant expansions, we can't do rehabilitation, and we can't focus on debt service. We can't do master planning, we can't do any of those things with the trust fund. And keep in mind, and I shared this with the group the last time we met, the trust funds is our sole source of infrastructure expansion, right? Unless we do a bond project, or as many of you know, in bond projects, and we dig ditches or other things like that. But on a regular basis, in terms of master planning and growth of the city, this is the vehicle that we use to say, hey, look, let's put something in the ground that will bring development about. And keep in mind of what I just said. We spent $30 million over 36 years. That's just that. With a city this size, it's just not going to get it done, right? So because of that, the alternative utility financing study that we presented recommends that we make this transition from trust funds, which work great, right, at some point, but I think the batters got ahead of the pitchers, and we're transitioning from trust funds to impact fees. And in brief, this is what impact fee monies will do. It will allow certain things that we were limited with trust funds, like the mayor just asked, hey, can we do something? But we are prohibited from using trust fund monies. So with impact fees, we can expand, do treatment plant expansions or pipe extensions or rehabilitation. We can do debt service. We can master plan, which many of you have talked about in the past, and we can do other studies to improve our city, to improve how we function from an infrastructure standpoint. So what I'd like to do is talk. So with this, we met on January 28th, and I presented this to council, and council surprised me and said, hey, look, I really want to move on this, right? So responding to that challenge, I present two options to you. We can either publicly solicit engineering services to make this happen. And if you remember when we met on the 28th, the direction was, hey, can we name that tune in 18 months? Which is a bit aggressive, a bit challenging, but we can do one of two things. We can publicly solicit for engineering services, or we can sole source, right? And I've chosen here Pape Dawson as engineer to sole source. And I give you reasons why. Our public solicitation process takes 6 to 8 months. Some say, hey, we can do it sooner than that, but let's just say 6 to 8 months, which pushes that timeline that was given, so now it's probably 2.5 to 3 years, but that's if we do public solicitation. If we sole source to Pape Dawson, they are one of the largest and respected engineering firms in the state of Texas, 55 years in business, and they have they've completed numerous studies like this for multiple municipalities. But more importantly, they have the capacity and the resources to meet the deadline desired by council. This is simply a breakdown of their cost proposal, which I wanted to share because it gives you an idea of what they will do and how much they'll charge for it. But we get something that we don't really have, right? A water master plan, a wastewater master plan. We've talked about this many times. A stormwater master plan. Our stormwater master plan is dated 2006. And our roads, right? All of this is what Pape Dawson will do for the 700 grand. And just in comparison, right, the city of Corpus Christi on land is 1,075 square miles. I'm sorry, 175 square miles, sorry. In context, right, Austin is about that size, Fort Worth. So in context, when we look at these cities who also implemented waste impact fee studies, the 700 grand is not so far off. If we might say we've been given a break. This is the impact fee process, but I think it's better. You'll better see it in this implementation timeline schedule, right? And what I want to say about this timeline, and because I've worked with again Pape Dawson, because we're focusing on the challenge of 18 months, which is why we focused on that particular firm. But I wanted to say this schedule contemplates 24 months, right? Which means that if we engage them, let's say before the end of February, I'm just talking figuratively here, we would be back before this body in December 2021 with the proposal that says here's our recommendations for impact fees, and council will get an opportunity to look at it, review it, and contemplate from that point forward. So in closing, I'd like to say this. On August 13th, 2019, because of what had transpired at this podium, council directed the city manager and staff to do several things. Look at the adequacy of the trust fund, look at its effectiveness, and provide recommendations for moving forward, right? I, of course, came here in September, middle of September, and given this directive, we set up multiple stakeholder meetings from October 2019 just to January 27th was the last stakeholder meeting we had. And that stakeholder meeting was on Impact Fees 101, right? I don't know how many stakeholder engagement meetings we had, but there were many, right? We've also engaged at that time a consultant to kind of update what he had started in 2006. And this presentation really is a culmination of all of that, a combination of the above. And we request in some way, shape, form, or fashion that you look at this, review this, and provide direction, I guess, to the city manager and staff to move forward, because I think it's something that we should do because it benefits the city. With that, kind of compressed and fast, but we stand by for questions. Michael Dice, Assistant Director, Michael Josted, Business Manager.
Anybody got any questions, comments? A couple of things I've had, we've gotten several emails, and I think probably all of us have gotten emails, and some have gotten phone calls. And you were kind enough to come down to kind of give me a briefing on the highlights of this. I'm a little hesitant. I don't think I said anything yesterday because I don't think I'd given it much thought, but $700,000 sole source is pretty steep to me. That may be the way to go. I don't know. And this is just a briefing. You got to go back and talk with your people again.
Correct.
But I would like to know that your folks really had a prayer meeting about a $700,000 sole source. If that in fact's the way to go, then I guess that's it. But I'm just not comfortable with that right now. But that may be the way to go. And for that $700,000, I'm assuming what this chart shows.
Slide
here
10.
On rough order of magnitude, is that what we're saying? We're going to get a.
We're going
Well,
to
I mean,
get,
do these numbers in the red, orange, gray, and mauve, is that the name of the color at the bottom? Do those add up to the 700, is that a breakdown of your 700,000?
Yes, sir. And if I may, it is a comprehensive master plan of the city in all four of those areas, which we do not have. In all four of those
Well,
areas.
we don't have a current one, but I understand we've had a stormwater, wastewater plan or whatever for
A
15
stormwater
years,
plan
but
in
nobody's ever done anything with it.
in 2006, I think it is, right? You know, that's, what is that?
Well, that's 15 years ago.
15 years ago,
and
right.
nobody's, so I mean, we just wasted our money on that? You weren't here, so you're free to say anything you want to. None of y'all were here, so you're free to say whatever you want. So we wasted that money.
It was? Oh, and that plan wasn't approved, Michael just shared with me, it wasn't approved by council. But we know we've needed it, right? Because we continue construction today, and there are really minimal stormwater requirements, right? We've got to change all of that, and one way to do it, well, I mean, it's a big thing to do, but we've got to have a plan that says, hey, when you come and build in the city of Corpus, you have to hold that water, push that water somewhere. We don't really have that, and a a stormwater master plan would provide direction. We know that we're taking care of our downstream customers. It's a lot of things that we now talk about, we need. So I would say, yes, it may be somewhat sticker shock, but we're getting a lot of, we're not only getting these four master plans, but we have land use assumptions that we're going to work with Dan McGinn's group with. We have a financial analysis that creates, what's reasonable for impact fees. And then we have just constant public engagement all the way through those 24 months, even before I come before this body to say, wastewater, storm and roads, impact fees, we recommend X, Y, Z. So it's a lot of behind the scene things that, and I'm not disagreeing with you, I'm just saying this gets us there because I'm responding to the comment made that, hey, can we do it in 18 months? Well, the answer is not really, but we can do it in 24 months. But we can also, as I said when I started, we can go out and make public solicitation and go through that whole process. It just adds time to that, right? That's all. I'm not force feeding it down your throat. I'm just saying it takes time.
No, I understand, and that's what I'm saying. It may be, a fresh set of eyes, and that just $700,000 is a lot of money to me. And sole source is really, we get hung up in that computer stuff, and that's how they get us by the throat, is that they're the only ones to develop it, and then it's obsolete in 6 months. But, okay, I guess before you move forward, since it's just a briefing, but at least give that some thought and some discussion, and, y'all are the ones that have to deal with it, just, I don't know. Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you. In looking at the master plans that are part of this, what exactly does that entail? I mean, what kind of documentation? What are you specifically getting for that?
It's like I would relate it to what was presented to council here by Dan McGinn and his group. It's meeting with the leaders, the citizens, the community in terms of water, and of course our experts here in terms of what we want to see, and all of that is really predicated on land use assumptions. But all those things will be wrapped up into what creates a master plan for water, for wastewater, for stormwater, for roads.
Okay, well, I think maybe we're talking definitions of something. To me, a master plan that we've used here is an actual engineering plan as to where things go in terms of, like, for example, for wastewater, lift stations, the actual
Correct.
lines through through the ground, where the elevations are, those types of things. So that's not what we're referring to.
That is
here.
what we're referring
We're
to.
referring
because
to that
those are
specifically.
because those are the things that will be in the costing or the pricing of, if you will, that creates the fee that we're going to charge the developers when they come to the city based on how much will it cost us to build the needed infrastructure that supports the growth in the master plan for certain areas. Yes, sir. Yeah, do you want, Kara?
Good afternoon. I'm Kara Tackett with Pape Dawson Engineers. Help answer questions. Did I get the button? Okay. Just leave it. I'm Kara Tackett with Pape Dawson Engineers. I'm a senior vice president, and so I represent our here on that information. So what we would be doing is we're not starting from scratch. You already have a tremendous amount of master plan information. Some of it's in pieces.
Some of it was done in the 1960s. I mean, and it's on paper. It's not like.
But you also have some that's fairly recent. So you've got some new analysis of 3 of the treatment plants, some of the watersheds and sewer sheds that feed to those. You have some drainage levels of them. You have land use assumptions already in your GIS system. So what we do on the engineering side is we're going to come through and look at those individually, see where are gaps in that, have meetings with staff, have meetings with the development community, have public input on, are those outdated? Are what we've built not consistent with those in some areas because maybe it's an older plan? Are there areas that we actually need to completely revisit the master plan? Our goal isn't to say, let's throw out what you've got and start over.
Okay,
it's really to get our arms around
Just from
all
what
that.
you're saying is to get your arms around it. So this would be a consolidation effort to put it
Yes.
into one place where you can go to it and look at it from a single standpoint. Is that
Yes,
kind of what you're referring to there?
And part of what you have to do, an impact fee study, is you are looking at setting impact fees for a maximum of a 5-year period under the state law. You can update them more often, but at a minimum, you have to revisit them every 5 years. But to determine what projects go into that 5-year review, you are supposed to look at what projects are anticipated to be needed in a 10-year window. So in order to kind of look at a 10-year window, you've got to come to some sort of agreement on what that is.
As part of the study, you can tell us in terms of how our master plans don't necessarily gel together over the different areas that have been done over many years. Okay. And that's for all our master plans.
Correct.
Water, wastewater, drainage, as well as roads.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's kind of where I was trying to figure out. And then how would that look? Is this going to be something we put into a computer system where our developers can access it? What is that going to look like?
You actually have to produce a capital impact plan. And so that is your CIP plan that says these are the projects that we have assumed in that window. So you will have a paper copy and an electronic that is in your GIS system available for use.
Okay, so you're going to be able to access it through our GIS.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be working in GIS so that shape files can be uploaded, that information is available to anyone to look at.
And we can't do that right now, can we? Can we go to our GIS system and look at every master plan associated with it? No. So this would be allowed to consolidate that and have every master plan in our GIS system. Is that?
If you so choose to, yes.
Ultimately, yeah. Well, but is that part of this proposal?
No, we will have 4 independent. Now, we traditionally see when an agency has a GIS, you do make that available. It's just really a layering system. It doesn't need to be separate files, but that would be a City of Corpus decision on how you make that available and utilize it.
Seems like it's a no-brainer to me.
Yeah.
You want to be able to have that information access at your fingertips.
Correct.
Plus, some of our interior parts have not been updated in decades. So, I see some need on this, but that just shows us where we need to have some more engineering work done on those master plans. Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Mr. Roy.
I know that you weren't around during this time frame, but many months ago we had a conversation on having somebody come in, and they gave us a proposal on doing our UDC. Remember that? Here, this is whatever, I can't remember the dollar amount, but it's turnkey. How many man hours does it take to be able to complete this on an estimate, your job?
No, unfortunately, I don't have the number. It's significant because it's a consistent 18-month process, and so it would be both Pape Dawson staff across water, wastewater, drainage, transportation, as well as the financial consultant.
So
it's
kind of
pretty significant.
what Councilman Hernandez is saying, is there any additional cost that, I mean, is this the basic bare bones, and then there's, you know, we get 15 months into this, and then we want some additional things, is that it?
So we've given some detailed information to the city staff, 18 pages of detailed information of what's provided in it. I think the one thing I heard Councilman Hernandez say is if we need to revamp our GIS system, well, that isn't part of this, but providing you a master plan in GIS that you can use is part of this. And so we've kind of tried to provide very detailed information and tried not to leave any gaps. I mean, we don't want to leave this hanging of saying, okay, here's a number and now here's a number times that. That's absolutely not our intention.
If we were trying to do this in-house, I'm just curious, how many dedicated staff would you have to put on this project to get it done within a...
We don't have the expertise or the capacity to do this.
How many would you have to hire if you did?
Oh, I'd have to look at that.
You need 10, a dozen?
Easy.
So it'd be
It's not-
significant.
It's a significant
very
number,
significant.
Councilman.
A
Yeah, it'd be
significant
a-
number.
Yeah.
So then my other question is,
You guys have an estimate?
No, but the team that we would have between the financial team and the engineers is going to be 12 to 15 people, because you have people that are different in transportation than utilities, drainage and water and wastewater. And then we also have public involvement component, because a big part of this is engaging involvement as well as mandatory public hearings that are required. So you'd be looking easily 12 to 15, if not more, for some of those specialty services.
and then long-term maintenance, I don't want to use the word maintenance, but long-term, to be able to make sure that if we were to move over to this, that we're staying on top of things. Your interaction then with the city would be how often?
As you need it. So most cities don't do this more often than the 5 years that state law requires, just because it is a labor-intensive undertaking. So you're working for 5 years. The city staff is typically compiling information that changes that they think needs updating, or changes really in that 5 to 10 year horizon. Because remember, we're identifying projects in 10 years to decide what we want to put in the 5-year costs. And so staff is typically keeping that running total, so someone comes in towards the end of that versus an active ongoing maintenance of a project.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Mr. Garza?
My recollection is that we've done a couple of these not too long ago. I know we didn't adopt them because there was a lot of pushback from some of the property owners and the developers in the south side area. I remember being on the planning commission, and they came forward with I believe it was a wastewater plan that had a lot of lift stations over and didn't take into account the use of gravity and things that might benefit a reduction in the cost to the property owner, to the builder, to the developer. Is there a possibility we can go back and just look at the price tag of a couple of the components of these so that we might get comfortable with going sole source?
Absolutely.
I mean, this is probably back in 2008, 2009, if my recollection is right, but if we could just be able to kind of benchmark something we've done previously.
Absolutely.
I like the fact that they're taking it all the way and getting public and stakeholder involvement and input, so that it's something that we can actually adopt and pass, versus in previous periods, here's what you guys need to adopt. We get a bunch of pushback. Oh, we better not touch that. It's a political football bomb.
Understood.
So I see some benefits in doing it.
Thank you, and we'll go back and look at numbers.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Ms. O'Harlow?
Thank you. Mr. Raymond, I was going to ask you about the impact fees themselves. So I have a few questions here. For starters, I know that under the rules of impact fees, I guess it was mentioned that you're going to form a citizens advisory committee.
That's required, yes.
Right, okay. So can you delineate the responsibilities of this committee, or what will they have?
Please.
The law requires you have a minimum of 5 members of that. It can be your Planning and Zoning Commission. It also stipulates that a component of that has to be, I think it's 40% of those members have to be from the construction industry. So they are traditionally home builders, contractors, developer, engineers. So it requires that you put stakeholders on that committee, and that a minimum of 5. Now, you can have a larger number committee than 5, but that is the minimum you have to have. So some cities decide that 5 is enough because the more you have, the more you're going to have to work through issues. But oftentimes we see a much larger group, so that once you start lining up what those stakeholder interests are, neighborhoods and all of that. Sometimes we see cities appoint exactly the same number to the committee as you have council members and mayor, so that you each may individually have a stake in that appointment and that recommendation. But
Okay.
5 is the minimum requirement.
Okay, great. Can you explain examples of what the trust fund pays for now versus what would be paid for under impact fees?
You want me to do it, or you guys
Yeah,
want to?
maybe a few examples.
For the most obvious example is the trust fund only reimburse developers for new infrastructure. That's it. So whatever they do, a lift station, force main, a water grid main, a sanitary sewer line, it only reimburses the developer for that. Under impact fees, we can pay for master planning. We can pay for O&M, operations and maintenance. We can pay for facility expansions if we need to expand our wastewater treatment plants or those kinds of things. Relatively big difference. And also, under impact fees, it can also go toward debt service. So we can plan, we can go into other areas and do things that we just can't do with the trust funds today.
Okay. Let's see here. Can you explain, under the impact fees, new development is paying for new development, but how would a current home builder and/or taxpayer be impacted under the impact fees?
If you currently own a home and you have water, sewer, you connect to a road and you connect to a storm drain, you would not pay an impact fee. So an impact fee is only paid by new development and you determine the time it's paid, whether it's at platting or time of connection. But it is only paid by new development when it is getting service from any one of those 4 areas, whichever you have. And just because you do a study to look at an impact fee doesn't mean you have to adopt that. So at the end, you may say, yes, we like water and sewer in lieu of the trust fund, but no, we don't want to do roads at this time, that is part of the analysis.
Okay. And if so, how do impact fees potentially affect home prices?
Traditionally, it then is rolled into the price of the home, that the home builder rolls it into the price to their buyer.
Okay.
Just as they'll
Same
roll.
is true as impact fees. though, too.
Exactly.
I mean, whatever the cost of that
Impact
builder.
fees, trust
he's gonna
fund,
pass the
land
cost on
cost,
to his son.
engineering,
That's the name of the
construction.
game.
Well,
Those are
and I
all
guess maybe-
components of the cost.
Maybe the question would be better worded as, would they affect more so? Would it affect the price of a home more so than what we do today, or what the trust funds?
We'd have to look at that as part of the process. You know, some of it will be dependent on a project. So maybe today you are not getting the benefit of the funds of the trust fund. So that's different from between a project that is or isn't. Or are you connecting directly to a utility that's right there in front of you? Or are you having to extend a main? Those all factor into that. So if you had no cost for extensions of a road or a utility, and now there's an impact fee, there is a cost to you, But if those costs were rolled into your home before, there may be no cost. So it really factors into, until you get through the analysis of recommendation of what that impact fee should be, it's difficult to put a number and a up or down to that.
Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
And this is, I mean, what this study is gonna do before Mr. Hernandez is next, it's not a case of impact fees plus the trust fund fees or the acreage fees. I mean, this will be replacing it. You're not gonna
Yes,
have both.
It's a new model, yes.
So, I mean, the money they're spending now would just change names, but they're not spending double the money.
Correct.
Depending on what the total impact fee rate schedule is. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hernandez?
Thank you. Sorry, the one question I had is, and Mr. Dice, thank you for sending that information on who's received payouts from the trust fund. What are we looking at? How would this change in terms of how these are distributed? I mean, impact fees, puts a responsibility on us to build infrastructure. Is that correct? Versus the developer and then reimbursing them.
That's correct.
How does that change the dynamics of how this works? What is our timing in terms of building out infrastructure? How does that?
I think that's what the study ultimately will reveal when we say this is what we want to build, this is how we want to grow, and it'll be put on CIP projects, correct? That'll be funded by the city, so we can go into places like Flower Bluff, like you were talking about a few minutes ago, or Cal Allen, right? The city can go in those places. Currently today, no developer is going to touch those areas because it's just fraught with peril, right? So they're going to go to places where they can develop easier, which is great. And that's how the trust funds have worked. But the unintended consequence is that we leave areas underserved. I guess I can use that.
So you're talking about the gaps in,
yes,
like,
exactly.
where we have
so
open
let me
space.
say something that's really shocking. The case we had here for Walker Investments, when Peter says, hey, we need to build some houses in Cal Allen, we met with several people and we laid these, and I said, guys, these sites are almost shovel ready. Why haven't you done anything? And he goes, well, I've got problems. I've got drainage problems. I got to bring, I can bring the sewer there through the trust fund, but I got these drainage problems. No one's going to go to there, and he admitted he didn't want to deal with that. It was easier to develop lands elsewhere, right? Now that we know this, the city can go and touch every area of the city when we lead in the effort, and I think that's what the freedom that impact fees gives us. So when you say, what's the difference? The difference is that anybody who develops pays this fee based on a service area or multiple service areas, depending on how we want to do it. But the city and our engineering groups and utility groups are in control of when, where, and how we do that, per se.
I'd like to chime in and add one thing to that. With impact fees, that does not mean the city has to be responsible for constructing everything. Say I own a property and it's 6,000 feet to connect to a water line and a road and a sewer line. I can, because I know per house I have to pay an impact fee for each of these utilities. I can elect to make that offsite extension if it was on the impact fee master plan and table, because that means it's also serving more than just my property. It's sized for other facilities. So if I spend those dollars offsite and build those extensions, I'm now eligible for impact fee credits, dollar for what I just spent in that offsite. So if I spend $1 million to extend those utilities, I have $1 million less in impact fees I have to pay for each of the homes that I connect to those improvements that I built. So it's an incentive in some ways for a developer to advance the cost in lieu of the city necessarily having to build it by offsetting, bringing down their construction cost.
Great point.
That makes
Thank
sense?
So it's a credit system versus versus reimbursement.
Correct.
Yes.
And
Under that now.
yes, under that scenario, and
example,
that's
right. But the whole impact fee is not necessarily a credit system.
Correct.
In and of itself, right? Just that one example you were talking about.
Correct. So the whole thing isn't, it is if I am extending, that is for example, I needed an 8-inch water line for my property, but to serve the number of lots or the size of the commercial building, but the master plan shows it's a 16-inch water line. I'm going to extend 16 and in the connection, and I'm going to get credits for that difference, or the city could pay the difference.
Okay. So just looking at it from a practical standpoint, most developers are going to be concerned about the cost difference between what we're doing now and what we're doing versus impact fees. However, I do have other people that are concerned that they pay into the trust funds and never get any benefit out of it. But I guess there's got to be some sort of compromise or happy medium as to what you can do on both ends, or what kind of transition that would look like, or can there be a hybrid system to where you have some aspect of the trust fund and then it has some aspect of an impact fee. I don't know what that would look like, or if that's even possible, or if that exists somewhere. But I'm trying to see what that, how that you can make this equitable and not necessarily pass all that cost on, or any additional extra cost onto the property owner or home buyer. Our costs here are pretty high as it is.
So one of the things that the impact fee study does is at the end it says, we recommend this as your fee for each. And so often what we'll do in a water, there may be, or sewer, for example, there may be a treatment component of that says this is what goes towards your wastewater treatment plants, and this is your collection component of that. And then the city can say, we think that as a whole is great and appropriate, or that is too high, and we're going to adopt something less than that. You can also then choose to say, we will create waivers or incentives in certain situations and establish criteria. So we've seen in areas, cities are trying to say, we want to encourage development in this area for various reasons, or redevelopment in this area, and you create waiver fees. We've also seen it becoming more and more of an issue for affordable housing. So if a developer is doing an affordable project that, and you can define what you mean by affordable, you can waive those fees as a way to do it. So we've seen a lot of trying to get to that balance and equity that you talked about through policies on how you implement them.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Roy?
I wanted to elaborate on Councilwoman Guajardo's question. So in your slide, I see the City of Portland, City of Austin, Fort Worth, Round Rock, and San Antonio. Is that just there for comparison, or did your company work with those cities?
Those were provided for comparison.
Okay. So you haven't actually done impact studies for those particular cities? You didn't represent them?
No. For example, in San Antonio, we do about 50% of the platting, and the largest platter in Austin, so we don't do their studies because we tend to represent the developers in those communities at a high rate. So, it's a little easier for us in those to comment on the development side than the city side.
The only reason why I was asking is that prior to going in, so you have a city like ours that has been on trust funds and is looking at the feasibility of going to an impact. Have you done studies in terms of looking at what the median price range is prior to you going in as far as housing goes, and then what your impact was within 24 months after adopting the program?
We have not. I can talk to our sub that does the financial analysis, is called Reftelis. In fact, you've selected them to look at your stormwater utility fee that's part of your rate structure. And so they may have done that analysis already.
I think that would be really good to know, to see, did you have an impact? Was it flat? Did it go down? I think that's important. Then the other thing, this is more for staff. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but right now, in terms of the way this city has grown, it's usually the developer that has the vision, okay? You take a look at London, or you look at some of the other areas that have been developed. 10 years ago, the average person driving down that street may or may not have thought, okay, there's going to be a housing complex there someday. So, for whatever reason, and I think this is the way it works, and if I'm wrong, somebody can correct me, but they get the vision. They go out and they say, okay, I'm looking at a particular area in town, whether it be Cal Allen, Tolosa Midway, whatever.
Correct.
South Side, and they say, you know what? I'm going to go in and I'm going to enter a negotiation with this farmer and see if I can buy this land. Maybe they're tired of farming. I'm going to buy this and I'm going to develop this and we're going to put houses there. Under your model, you're telling me that you're going to be the visionary, because that's really what you're saying. You're saying that, okay, in the future, we're going to go out there and take a look overall at the needs of the city, and then we're going to provide the infrastructure to be able to make it appeasable for buildings to come. So if you go out there and do that, and you're the visionary, then if you build it, they will come.
Correct.
I don't know. That's a tough task.
Correct, but that's exactly what Dan McGinn's group just showed you. That's a that's an area development plan for two areas, the South Side and London Town. They had public engagement because it doesn't happen behind closed doors, right? It's a public process that says this is where and how we want to grow. And people will input, no, we don't want to do that, or we want to do this, but it's a public process. So it's nothing wrong with us leading that effort. It's just that we'll be in the driver's seat, not necessarily the other way around, because this is what happens. God bless them, and I'm only 5 months here, but what happens when someone goes out and they develop and they get trust funds to it, and the developer said all the time, well, I said, yeah, but they said, when I get these 1,400 houses built, all those people will be quote unquote existing ratepayers. But it takes 20 years to build out a development that size. So what happens in the interim is that the current ratepayers, once that infrastructure is installed, who maintains it? Who takes care of it? Who repairs it if there's a problem? The current ratepayers do. There's nothing wrong with that. It'd be great if it was contiguous, which I think we want in terms of when we grow organically. But no, people go out and they have the gaps in development, and those gaps hurt the city only from the standpoint that we've got to maintain that infrastructure until it's all built out and now it's all standing on its own. But the existing ratepayers, if you will, foot the bill for that 20, well, whatever the build out of that development is until it's actually fully built. And that's the kind of unfair part that imbalances what we have now.
I would add, Councilman, that the goal of an impact fee is to find a balance between a totally developer-driven process versus a total city-driven process. And by having that, citizens advisory committee, what you're effectively doing, and the reason we don't do the study in Austin or San Antonio or some of those where we do significant amount of platting, is we are there arguing, saying, hey, city, I know you think that sounds like a great idea, but because a school district or transportation or some other issue or drainage, it's going to go here first before it goes here. And so it is very much a collaborative conversation to get to what goes in that plan. So it's trying to find a balance to where you're supplementing a city plan or supplementing a developer plan by bringing the two together.
Again, I just think realistically, because everything is based on risk. And when you're talking about going into an area and try to assess that area, and this is really a problem that I have, I don't want to get into this right now, but I have a big problem with planning. Because part of the thing is that you sit down and we either pay somebody or city staff takes a look at, okay, this is what we think the future of this area can be. But many times they don't really look at the economical side and say, what is the underlying cost on that? And so we get people, we get our citizens, we get them hook, line, and sinker thinking, okay, William and Cole's area is going to look like this. The Hillcrest area is going to look like that, because we saw these fancy pictures, people sitting by the side of a stream fishing with 100 trees. And the problem that comes in is the reality. And so there's just got to be there's got to be a balance there. And I'm not sure that we as the city are in the position to be able to lead that. And if you're saying it's a collaborative effort, that's great. But I will tell you this thing, if myself as a council member, as long as I'm here, and if we're not moving in that direction that we are visionaries, I'm gonna remind everybody, because that's a big problem that I see. It's fine to sit there and wanna build on the west side because you feel like the west side needs affordable housing in that, but all the things that come with it, and then convincing the people, there's a sales effort into that. And are you willing to get out there and sell it? That's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Okay. Well, you got your job cut out for you, and this is just a study, doesn't, I mean, I think it indicates in my opinion, a great level of interest in moving our city forward in a substantial way. I would think of all, and I have no basis for this, other than I've heard impact fees mentioned by a lot of different people. And I'm assuming, I don't know whether these cities have it, well, I guess if these other cities have them, we're probably one of the few cities that don't use impact fees. And, you know, the times are changing. It may be, you know, whatever the result is of the study, a combination, tweaking here and there, but I don't think they're designed to be an impediment to growth and expansion. But one of the benefits of having some funds available to address the maintenance and repair and the upkeep of infrastructure is to deal with inner city areas or older neighborhoods to keep the infrastructure up and running, to encourage it. I mean, for instance, you can say what you want, but Lamar Park has maintained its value over the years. I mean, all of my life. I mean, that's still a very sought after neighborhood, and that's been in existence for 50 years. And the South Shores, for instance, that's a nice neighborhood, and it's maintained its values, and you've got some areas all over town like that. So I think with a little bit of tweaking in some of our neighborhoods, in maintaining the streets and the infrastructure and encouraging redevelopment, would give us some funds to do that we don't have now. So anyway, go back and talk about what y'all want to do, but nothing against you, but the 700,000 just seems like an awful lot for a sole source. But I mean, given the elephant we're trying to eat, that may be the way to do it. I don't know.
Thank you, Mayor.
But I think we really do. I'm not interested in dragging it out. So there may be a price to pay for,
Expediency,
expedition,
right.
but, at least I'd like to have some more thought about it and get your ideas.
Yeah, we'll do some more brainstorming on that part of it, Mayor. Can I add one more thing, Mayor? I'd like to just congratulate the staff or compliment them. This was a big task that you gave us several months ago. And in the past, I don't think it would have been done. And you probably would have had to remind us or the staff, but these guys delivered pretty much on time, both being new as well, and had a great process as well. I attended many of the meetings that they had with the developers here to get their input and to keep them well informed along the way. So I just want to congratulate them for a great job.
Thank you, sir.
And then just one other question, the stormwater thing that's part of this
Impact fee study, right?
I mean, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, getting the stormwater broken out of the water rates.
No, that's a
On
different.
a billing purpose. That's a whole
Right,
separate study.
That's a whole separate study.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other questions from the council? All right, well, thank you. There's no action, right?
Right.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Okay, since we're in the mood to look forward and do some planning and spend some money, our bond program for 2020.
Yeah, Jeff Edmonds and Mayor, both Jeff and then Constance will present in the financial material. So this is we have talked about this over time, either informally or in these meetings, but this is the information we have to date to recommend a bond program that the voters would consider this November. And so Jeff Edmonds is going to talk to you about the amount of dollars, how we would recommend they be allocated, a public process as well. We have Paul here as well, our financial advisor, and so I'll let the staff present.
Good afternoon, Jeff Edmonds, Director of Engineering Services. I'm going to provide you an overview of our proposed Bond 2020 program. So we're currently contemplating a $110 million program, and we're thinking that roughly $70 million would be dedicated towards streets and $40 million for public safety, parks, and facilities type of projects. So the current status is that you may recall that you approved some engineering contracts recently for us to do preliminary engineering work. That is beginning. We're finalizing the candidate list of projects. We're probably going to have a long list that then has to be whittled down to fit within the amount of money that we have available. And those consultants that we procured are going to be scoping and preparing professionally prepared cost estimates. So I'm going to go over some of the key dates. So the biggest key date is November 3rd, 2020. That's the election date. I can't delay that. We can't miss that. So we've got to work backwards from that. So doing that, we think July 28th is when council is going to have to make final approval of the list of projects for Bond 2020. Now, something new that we're proposing for 2020 is to establish some community bond committees to help us vet projects. And I've included them in that timeline. We're going to be asking for nominations, and we're planning to have them meet in the April to June timeframe. So what would the community bond committees do? We're planning on having about 4 meetings each of these committees. We're going to be asking council to appoint 2 members each to each committee. We're thinking of 2 committees, one that's dedicated to streets and the other that's dedicated to the parks, facilities, and public safety projects. And the mayor's appointees would co-chair these committees. So that would be 18 members total on each committee. Okay, their role is going to be to obtain community input and to develop consensus on project priorities. Their final output is going to be a presentation with a recommended project list to City Council. And we anticipate having a great deal of staff interaction with them and touring potential project sites. So we're expecting to make these appointments March 17th and start conducting these meetings in April. And as I mentioned, through the April through June window, conduct these meetings and have a final presentation out brief to City Council from the Community Bond Committee July 21st. At this point, I'm going to turn the program over to Constance. We'll change seats, and she's going to talk about the financial aspects.
Good afternoon. The next few slides we're going to talk about is how much we can afford for our bond program. So in reviewing the city's debt portfolio and in working with our financial advisors, Estrada Hinojosa, and we do have Paul Jack here with us today, we've determined that our debt capacity for the next fiscal year is about $110 million. But please keep in mind that we set the tax rate only once during the year, and it's during the budget process. And in doing so, on the debt side of our tax rate, we can only set the tax rate to pay for our next year's bond payments. So you might think, well, where does the debt capacity come from? So it comes from the future years, and it comes when we pay off debt and when we refinance debt. So that means we have some capacity there to either issue more bonds or lower the tax rate. It also comes in assessed valuation differences in what we have initially anticipated. So if the assessed valuations come in higher than what we have in our projections, then we have built-in debt capacity as well. And we can also structure our bond deals, our current bond deals, so that we pay less in the current years and more in future years, and that again builds debt capacity. And finally, we can also utilize our fund balance in the debt service fund to manage our debt rate. So our current tax rate is 64.6264 cents per $100 valuation. Of this, about 66% or 43 cents is dedicated to our maintenance and operations tax rate, and that funds the general fund. And about 34% or 22 cents is used to pay our debt payments. Now, we have 2 cents on the debt rate that still needs to be added to the debt side for bond 2018. So we are planning on selling those bonds this spring. And so when we come forward to you in for our fiscal 21 tax rate, we will be including this additional 2 cents on the INS or the debt side of our tax rate. And we also will be scheduling a more in-depth city council work session with you within the next few months to discuss our debt plan for fiscal 21. Now, we also could increase our tax rate and ask our voters to do so if that is the council's will. In projecting this, about 1 cent increase would generate about $2 million, and that would pay for about $27.5 million in debt payments over 20 years. So what does that tell us? So that if we want a bond program that is in excess of $110 million, we could increase or ask the voters to increase the tax rate by 1 penny for every $27.5 million of projects that we'd like to put on the ballot. And so that would be something for further discussion as we get further along on what we're going to include in our bond 2020. And finally, this last slide just shows you historical chart of the bond programs that we've had over the last 20 years. And so from 2000 to about 2012, we were issuing bonds every 4 years. And then in 2012, we started doing it every 2 years. And you can see that we asked the voters in 2014 and 2018 for a tax rate increase, and that was approved. And so at this point, that concludes our discussion on the bond 2020 and the tax rate implications. And we'll be glad to answer any questions that you all may have.
Mr. Garza.
Constance, with
Yes, sir.
the recent legislative changes, I mean, if we go ahead and implement the 2 cent that was already voter approved, it's the last part of the road, or basically residential road project or road funding.
Yes, sir.
And then we consider a 1 cent increase. Wouldn't that push us past the rollback requirement
Right.
now?
Yes, sir. So we do have our 2 parts of our tax rate, the INS side, which is the debt side, and our M&O side, which is the general fund side. So the legislation pertained to our general fund side, and that does pertain to our last 2 cents for residential streets. And we are anticipating, yes, that it will push us over the rollback rate. And so we will be bringing that forward to you during the budget presentations, and we have planned on that. But for the bond 2018, for the INS side, the debt side, that was excluded from the legislation.
Okay, but it seemed to me like we had considered maybe stretching that last 2 cent increment
Yes, sir.
over 2 years or something like that, so we didn't hit the rollback.
That is
rate.
something, yes, sir, that we definitely could consider.
Okay. Especially since we're having a little difficulty. Now with Richard, we should get along faster, but we were having trouble getting out of the gate with some of the street maintenance programs.
Yeah, we're just beginning the 19 work, so.
Okay.
But we'll look at that. We formed a team, and we're bringing in some others from the state to make sure we clearly understand the options with the legislation and the rollback deal. Yeah.
Mr. Hernandez.
Just in looking at this from a practical standpoint, I mean, where are we on our current bond 2016 and 2018?
packages.
Yeah, let's have Jeff answer that, but Constance mentioned we're going to come back on a separate presentation to talk about the debt plan. We're also planning on doing that to talk about where are we in the other bond programs. So Jeff can probably give you a
Just a quick overview,
Yeah, he can give
because
you a quick
I just
overview
want to say
today.
the practicality of doing this one
Right,
this year.
so he's going to give a quick overview today, but we'll come back with a more extensive presentation in the near term. Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, the 16 was a small program. The main construction aspect of that was the residential reconstruction project, $11 million for the residential streets. And that is under construction, nearing completion.
I know I visited Open Gate here recently with our new Public Works
Okay,
director.
I think Open Gate was on the other one. That was on
That was prior to that, prior to 2016.
That was the money that we
just found somewhere and
correct.
Right.
Yes. So that one is going to construction, as you know as well.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on the Bond 18, the three projects that were the furthest along in design that were on the original Bond 18 list, we changed and funded those on the Type A sales tax, and that was Everhart, Holly, and Slough. And I'm sure you know that all of those are well under construction. And we've got one other Bond 18 project that is currently under construction. That's the Frio, Hakala, Dorado. And we've got a few poised to bid here in the next couple of months. But all the rest have not yet advertised for bid. They're under design.
Okay, and what about 16? 16, did you mention?
16 was the only construction on that was the residential reconstruction.
And then prior to that, any
14
projects?
is mostly done, except for there were some stray projects mostly that were impacted by the Harbor Bridge that haven't been done. Other than that, most of those are complete.
Okay,
and 12,
so
most of those
you're
are
going to
complete.
provide us with that information, where percentage-wise and where we are and what expected start dates and completion dates, those kind of things.
Sure.
Just from a practical standpoint, to see where we are. You know, I'd mentioned the last time we kind of discussed this that I thought we were going to go back to either a 4-year process versus a 2-year, simply because it was something we had mentioned during your interview. So just looking at from the practicality of being able to do a larger package, and I'll give you an example. For LIPES, which hasn't started yet, by the way. We're only doing half of it when the other half is being left alone. When I'm assuming with the larger package, you could have done the whole street. There's other, you know, I mean, if we're only doing 110 million, how many roads can we do with that? What are we looking at?
Well, we were looking at 70 million dedicated towards roads, and
70.
70.
Okay, but what does that equate to in terms of?
Well, I'm going to say it's much smaller than what we would like to be able to do. So there's going to have to be some prioritization and picking the priorities. And we're going to have to work with Public Works to try and map in some of the road expansion projects with some of the ones that are being driven by more pavement condition.
Yeah, the key is going to be recommending fewer but bigger and more complete projects.
Okay.
That'll be the
kind of,
goal.
and you know, I kind of look at this from the perspective of Morgan, right? We actually had those two on two separate bond packages. We didn't get to them for obvious reasons with the hospital doing construction, but then we ended up doing basically them both at the same time. Maybe that could have been done on a single bid. Maybe gotten some economies of scale there, and I'm sure we did. I guess Bay is doing both of those.
Bay did get both, so I would say we got some economies of scale, but
we got
were
lucky
two
there.
separate bids.
Right, on two separate bids, so we got kind of lucky there, but that could have been different. I can tell you from my standpoint, I won't ask or I won't vote for raising any taxes for any bond projects. We can look at the 110 million, but I won't vote for any increases. Thank you.
Mr. Roy.
I think Gil asked a couple of questions I was going to ask, but so last year, if I remember, and I know we'll have an opportunity to kind of compare last year We were dedicated for roads, 128 million?
Yes, 128 million, that's in our maintenance, and that included 70 million of bond program projects that would be.
For last year?
In the 2020 budget, yes, yeah.
So where do you think we'll be this year in comparison with the overall?
In terms of the spending of that 128? Or
No.
new money? Okay.
For the new budget?
We haven't really looked into that yet, but that 128 included a lot of unspent dollars from prior years.
Yeah.
So that's one-time money, so I don't think it's gonna be.
I mean, do you think we'll have in the budget another 128 for?
No, we won't. Because that 128 included a lot of monies that were from prior years that was not spent. And so that was one-time resources, so to speak. So the funds that we're gonna have for the 2021 budget will be property tax revenue from 2021 with maybe some savings in other projects, but we hope, but the 128 million did include bond program dollars and then maintenance dollars. So yeah, we're gonna make streets a high priority and as we develop the budget. And so we could shift dollars from other programs to streets, so yes. Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of where I was headed.
Yeah.
I just wondered.
I'm gonna make it a
overall.
high priority again, and that's a matter of what are the priorities in terms of where do our dollars go.
Yeah.
And so we can shift dollars from lesser priority projects to streets.
Yeah, I know, I just think we got we've set the tone now.
Yeah.
We've done an excellent job with the community town
Yeah.
hall meetings.
Yes.
And then I just don't want to come out and then we can't get,
Yeah.
we can't make a significant difference.
Yes, I agree.
Because we're not putting the money there.
Right.
So, okay, thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Thanks. I noticed that, so we're 70 million in streets and 40 million in others, which, that's a lesser street percentage than historically. So say we spent 70 million in 18, we spent 26 million. So how did we arrive at that 70 million, $40 million split? And where does that 40 million in non-street bonding go for?
Well, I would say at this point, this is very preliminary, but there was quite a lot of needs from a facility standpoint, from public safety standpoint, that haven't been addressed. You may recall on Bond 18, council directed us to put a penny's worth towards parks and facilities, and most of those facilities projects are things like fixing leaking roofs and things like that, just more maintenance type of things, not heavy recapitalizations, and there's still plenty of more of that kind of work to do. So that was why that figure was higher than what it was on 2018. His feeling was that there was a significant amount of unmet needs in that category.
Yeah, Councilman, can I just add to that, that the other category, even that is it includes multiple options to include public safety, the chief's here, but the police has had zero investment pretty much in the bond programs in the past. So their training academy that they use is the same one that Chief Markle trained in over 30 years ago. It's obviously outdated.
It worked then?
It worked, yeah.
Yeah.
Don't knock success.
Yeah.
And so, and then in our park facilities, as we look around at the city, there's a lot of decay, and we need reinvestment in the park system. So it was kind of a matter of saying, how much can we put into these other categories, but still have a meaningful streets program? So we're above the 50% in streets, so 65% was kind of that 70 million. So that's kind of the thought process. There's no real magic. It's kind of a balance in trying to address some of these other critical needs like public safety, parks, senior centers, and community centers, and then streets as well.
To Jeff's point that the last bond was spent a lot on maintenance, are we seeing in this the $40 million going to the deferred maintenance, or are we going to see actual capital?
Capital, right. I'm going to highly recommend capital investment, new infrastructure, either replacing, getting rid of what's there, or improving it to where it's back up to a high level. So what we don't want is a lot of small projects that are really maintenance projects that you can do in the operating budget. These have to be significant projects that the voter and the community can see and get a big result from.
So are we seeing a transition into maintenance projects in that ongoing type? Is
Yes,
that what we're-
exactly. Yeah, those need to be in the budget.
In the
more-
2021
yes,
budget, we'll see more,
Exactly.
what we, spending on maintenance, what we ought to be spending on maintenance.
Exactly. So tomorrow's ribbon cutting is an example, or, ribbon cutting event, that's a more of a maintenance project, where in the past, that may have been a bond project. I just got word from staff that at Cole Park, there's some pavilions that were there, the roofs were damaged from Hurricane Harvey, and we just replaced those. So that's not a bond program project, that's a maintenance project.
right.
What we want is new swimming pools, new clubhouses, those type of efforts in our parks, new senior centers. Some of these facilities are too far gone to even maintain, is what the staff's telling me, and I've seen it myself, so. So there won't be a big list, but the projects that we would recommend would have a big, meaningful impact to those that use them.
Truly capital project.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ms. Wartho?
Thank you. And Peter, I just want to say thank you for, streets is always number one. It always is, and always, well, no, let me take that back. Public safety is always number one, because that comes first. People come first.
Street don't vote.
What's that?
No.
But I think you're absolutely right. We have to remember that there's people look for quality of life. Whether you're 30 years old having babies or, 80 years old, having a beautiful green backyard with luscious trees and plants. And so it all matters. It all matters.
Palm trees.
No palm trees. And so, anyway, thank you for that, because it matters. It really does. And I think, the key here is how we're going to implement the maintenance of all of this, and how we're going to take care of everything in a balance. Because then we focus on one thing and something else is left behind. And I think the senior centers are a perfect example of that. So thank you very much for, putting some real thought into that. Last thing, what was it? Gosh darn, what did you, I guess, no, forget. Streets, public safety, of course.
Having
God,
babies,
Ben,
palm
thank you.
trees, what do you like to talk
you
about,
mentioned,
Paulette?
okay, so public safety, and you mean, when you say the academy,
The training facility, yes, where the cadets train today.
okay, the
In fact, they're
facility,
using, when I went to speak to them for my first month on the job, the cadet class just began. They were literally beginning their regiment outside,
right,
and it was summer, so it was
Like
already
CrossFit.
like 90-something degrees, and they were doing push-ups on the asphalt that was real rough. I'm like, these guys are gonna be tough by the time they get out, but that's not a, that's not a modern training facility. The classrooms are so small, they have to break the class in half, and one half of the class gets the lecture, and then the other half of the class comes in at a later time. So we're looking at a joint for dollar savings and have a twofold impact, police and fire training academy.
oh, I
So we're
see,
beginning the preliminary work on that.
okay,
Yeah.
great,
Yeah.
great, wonderful, thank you.
Just a couple things. I'm just wanting to make sure, because this has been a concern of mine since the last legislative session. Because I know we got a lot of things. You're saying the current tax rate 64.646264. That means we're 0.33736 under our charter imposed cap.
No, sir.
Well, then explain that to me,
Okay.
because the charter, I understand English, but I don't understand financial
Sure.
manipulation.
So the 68% tax cap in the charter refers to your maintenance and operations side, so that's your general fund side, and any non-voter approved debt. So currently we have about 43 cents of our M&O tax rate, and we have about 3 cents that is for non-voter approved debt, which would be for certificates of obligation. So we're about 46 cents of the 68-cent tax cap. So you still have about 22 cents that we can go to the tax cap. So we're well below the tax cap.
Gil and Michael can jack
Okay, so, all right. So I'm gonna buy that. Now, is that gonna sell to the legislature when they say our adopted tax rate goes up by more than 3.5%, are you
Right.
gonna be able to explain that, oh, no, we can go up? Because we got 2 cents that we're talking about on the street fee, our last 2 cents. So that only
Right.
gives us a little more than a penny left. I'm assuming that this year's new budget reflected the new police contract, right? This year's budget reflected. the
Yeah.
con-
Yes.
So this coming budget's gonna have a fire contract.
Mhm.
We don't know what the assessment values are gonna be, but hopefully it goes up. So, assuming that we take the 2 cents in that everybody wants to, we deferred that during Harvey, but other than that, the street, and maybe we can argue with the legislature that this 2 cents has already been voter approved, so it doesn't count against our 3.5%.
Well, I think it does count against the 3.5%, but yeah, we
We
tried.
tried. We've had several.
Oh, if we had a good lawyer, we could probably win that one.
Miles?
Yeah. Paulette, you know any good lawyers? Oh. Okay, but I mean, it was pre-approved. I mean, that's what the whole gist of the legislation was. They want voter approval. Well, this is already approved, so why do you have to prove it again? That's basically my argument. Anyway,
Well,
so
yeah.
we just have to be very careful, but because that 3.5%, I mean, you may be able to wiggle around the charter imposed 68-cent cap by how you break them down and all this other stuff. I don't know how you're going to get around the legislative 3.5%.
So if we exceed the 3.5%, we would have to do a referendum in November of 2020. We'd have to put it on the ballot. A
So
referendum.
it's a mandatory referendum.
Yes, sir.
Which, in the interest of saving the taxpayers' money, the legislature, in all their wisdom, just threw another $250,000 on us to have an election to adopt our budget.
Yes, sir.
Tell your dad thanks, will you? Michael? So, and I heard Gil say a little earlier, and there'll be some others, that they were not gonna vote to raise the tax rate for bonds or something. I mean, with this 3.5% cap, what you're gonna need to do, if your position is you're not gonna raise the tax rate, then when we're studying the budget about all the demands that people are asking of us, you're gonna have to come with a list of everything we wanna cut to stay under that 3.5%, right?
Yes, sir.
Because 3.5% isn't much wiggle room.
Correct. You're correct.
And you got a fire contract coming, and you've already got a pre-voter approved 2 cents. That has an impact.
Right.
3% of 60, that's a dollar, a penny an eighth. So if we just impose the 2 cents, there's your 3% right there.
Yes, sir.
That's no wiggle room for any increase whatsoever anywhere else.
And one variable that we do have to consider is new growth. So that would not be included in this calculation. So once we get our preliminary values in April, we should have a better sense of what our new growth is. So that would help
I
us
hope
in the
it's a
general
lot.
fund. Me too.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm delighted that we're keeping the 2-year cycle on our bonds. I mean, that keeps the economy going, keeps our projects going. We don't overload, but we can keep going. Streets, there's no question about it. And so we just need to get going. I appreciate your work on it, and we'll look forward to, not everybody's gonna get everything, but we just gotta do the best we can with what we got. So thanks.
Thank you.
No action on that item, right? We've already done executive session on 26, right?
Right, we just have one more
And we
executive
need one
session.
on item 27.
Yes.
Okay, let me get my magic language here. Ms. Huerta, what did I do with my, the council will go into executive session per item 27, the Texas Government Code, sections 551.071 and 551.072. On item 27 is a discussion with attorneys considering legal issues related to potential lease and/or acquisition of property near Morris Street and pursuant to the Texas Government Code, discuss potential purchase, lease, exchange, or other value of real estate on this Morris Street piece of property. We shall return. All right, the council is back. There's no action on item 27, and according to my agenda, we're down to identify council future agenda items, and I haven't got any identified. Does anybody else?
Yeah, Mayor, just one, on the presentations, if we can add those on the actual agenda package so we can kind of go through them beforehand, so we can have questions prepared.
Okay.
I mean, we had 2 presentations where we got paper copies of them.
Yeah.
Instead of being able to look at them ahead of time.
Okay. That's the goal, is to do that for all of them. These, the Development Services Trust Fund was just being finalized towards the end there, and same with the bond program, but we'll try to do better.
Okay,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else? Now, let's see. We don't, all right,
Our next meeting,
all
Mayor.
right, March the 3rd, we don't have a meeting because that's our normal day, and then the 10th is not a day because of spring break. Is that what we did?
That's correct.
So our next meeting is March the 17th.
Yes, Mayor, that's right.
All right. And then, I think I remember, or did we just talk about, the April 20, we moved a meeting in
28th.
April for the CC to DC trip. And then were we thinking about doing that, or did we do that?
No,
yet?
I made that statement in my prior city manager's report to make it official, so yes.
Okay, do we need to,
No, it's, as long as it's recorded in the minutes.
on the 20,
If we change our
28th.
schedule.
that's the 28th meeting, then we've canceled that one?
Yes, sir, we have.
Yes.
We're not moving it up to the April
5th, no,
7th
no,
or something?
Yeah.
We're just doing away with the 28th?
right,
Okay, for the CC to DC trip?
yes.
Okay. Anything else?
Month. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
The
yes,
17th,
17, 24, 31.
Well, actually, Paulette, we're having one on the 3rd, the 10th, and that's all. No. The 17th, the 24th, and the 31st.
Right.
Mark them on your calendar. Got it? All right. Anything else? Mr. Smith just left. So did Rudy. No, all right. Meeting adjourned.